happening, everybody? These late nights. The last week have been killing me. But we're here. We're here. What's up, Marmot? What's happening, Cheese Whiz? Yes, it is I, Solidos Naka. The man who drinks lava and eats couches. Yo, what's up, Marmot? What's happening, man? Alright, today, this morning, we're gonna play a game that Duke recommended to me. We're gonna play Daughter of the Serpents. Yeah, Duke Donuts said, Solid Snack, you should play this game. So Solid Snack will. Daughter of Serpents. It says there in the corner that in the book, or in the box, documentation includes a free role-playing adventure, the prequel to the computer game. But I couldn't find that role-playing game anywhere. I was looking for all of the documentation that I could for this game. I did find a manual for it, but it was it said The Scroll, so I guess this game has an alternate title, The Scroll. This is a game developed by a company called Eldritch Games. It was formed by a couple of dudes who I guess cut their teeth on writing role-playing game scenarios and contributing in various magazines and short fiction and things like that in the UK, as well as designing board games. And then I guess they decided that they were going to make some video games too. Why not? Why not? They did two games. They did this one, and then they did another game called The Hound of Shadow, which came out before this. And I was thinking about playing both of them, but Duke was mentioning that Hound of Shadows is maybe a little dry, and Daughter of Serpents has a bit more to offer. And as far as I know, they have nothing to do with each other. They're just another game that this company made. So yeah, we're gonna play Daughter of Serpents. That's what we're gonna do. I hope y'alls are ready. Let's get on over to the game. What's up? It's another like adventure style game. With what seems like a lot more interaction than Dead of the Brain. Dead of the Brain, the last game we played there the other day, Dead of the Brain was really, really good. I enjoyed Dead of the Brain a lot. There's a couple of twists and turns in the storyline in Dead of the Brain. The first one I liked a lot, and then the last one, the main villain reveal, I felt was maybe a little weak. It kind of seemed like they blew their wad early in the game, and then they were like, well, somebody's got to be the villain, so sure, this guy. King Crueler himself. Partial Fracture, what's happening? Welcome. I like that. King Crueler. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's get started. This game has a really interesting character creation. I already made a character, but we'll just mess around and show off the character creation as well. Ooh, spooky music. So you can pick a male or a female. This guy. I don't know. For the sake of the character creation, we'll just make a female character here. Born June 6th, we'll say. What's your problem? That's not how you spell June. Why don't you like that? What's wrong with that? Jun. Alright, let's pick a different month. Oh yeah, there we go. Sorry, my brain is like mush today. How old are we? 99. Oh. Let's make ourselves 65 years old. This is an old granny. The title will be Miss Mary Muffin. Yeah, this is the 65-year-old Miss Mary Muffin. Oh my god, who is this person gonna be? You adapt easily to new surroundings, are reasonably well educated, have a pragmatic nature, look for rational explanations, are conscious of strange forces around you, and possess a shrewd and astute mind. I don't think these little write-ups here make any difference whatsoever to your character, but they're fun. You have little sense of adventure, haven't had much formal education, are a determined individual, look for rational explanations, and have experience of strange forces, and can apply a powerful intellect to practical ends. That sounds like a Miss Mary Muffin. Bucktooth Gamer, what's happening? Welcome. Stock for Wooder, good to see you, man. For the poll, welcome, welcome, welcome everyone. The Alchemist of Istanbul. That's the role-playing game that the tabletop role-playing game that they included with this masterpiece. I'm sure it will be amazing. They have a strong sense of adventure, are reasonably well educated, and a determined individual, look for rational explanations, are conscious of strange forces around you, and possess a shrewd and astute mind. And it goes on and on. There's many different combinations that happen with this little biography that you can build. A little sense of adventure, haven't had much formal education, have a pragmatic nature, are open-minded, are conscious of strange forces around you, and are intelligent and unworldly. Yeah, that'll be Miss Mary Muffin. She's an old lady. Not very worldly. She'll be from USA. So we get into this, and we have 6 different professions, if you will, and inside are several different skills, which I don't think have very much bearing on the game at all. But it's really cool. It's a really interesting character creation. In-depth character creation like this always really interests me. Games where character creation seems like half of the game. I think they're pretty cool. I like that that sort of in-depth character creation. Noru, what's happening? Paradox Zero, good to see you. So, Miss Mary Muffin, she'll be, well, she's not very worldly, so she won't be a traveler. A private eye. A private eye. Maybe she can be like a Murder, She Wrote type sleuth. I think the difference between a private eye and a sleuth is kind of like, this is an actual investigator, and this is like just somebody who likes to, I don't know, solve mysteries. A kind of Sherlock Holmes type, if you will. Yeah, she'll be a sleuth, very wealthy. She's had a long life to acquire wealth. And, well, let's just put everything in savoir-faire. Miss Muffin knows how to talk to people. She knows how to navigate high society. So after you choose your profession, you get some more points here that you can put into the rest of these skills. Every time you go into one of these other areas, you have to spend some amount of skills to get the kind of base knowledge, and then you can put funds into the rest of these abilities. You can't put anything into them until you have the base knowledge in the particular profession. So does she have knowledge of occult? She could be a necromancer. She could be a necromancer. A mystic? The seal of Solomon, whatever that is. Formula of Borealis. Corrupt knowledge. Powder of the Ghazi. Of Ibn Ghazi. Clairvoyance. And in low life. If you're a private eye, you get the low life skill. Police procedure, forensic pathology, observation, and the streetwise skill. Now, if you're a traveler, you gain knowledge in Eastern travel, the ability to haggle, Arabic myths, local customs, and to speak a bit of Arabic as well. Duango, what's happening? Welcome. Good to see you. And then, of course, Egyptology. This game takes place in Alexandria, the ancient city of Alexandria. So, some Egyptology could be very useful. But like I say, I don't think any of these skills actually matter that much in the game. They just sort of change how the game starts for you, and maybe gives you some different dialogue options, and gives you different sort of turns in the story. None of these skills, I think, are required to beat the game at all. So let's max out our savoir-faire. There we go. Miss Muffin is a lady of high society back in the good old US of A. And, maybe she knows a bit of ritual magic. Maybe she has some corrupt knowledge. Maybe she's got some corrupt knowledge gained from rubbing elbows with the most important people in the Americas. It does change your bio, actually, a little bit. The more things that you put points into. So let's steal a couple of points from savoir-faire. And I don't know, we'll get a little creative here. Does she? No, not enough skill to get into the occult. She's got clairvoyance. Maybe she does seances for the rich. Alright, let's see what we got here. Miss Mary Muffin. She's a sleuth. Age 65. You have little sense of adventure. Haven't had much formal education. Have a pragmatic nature. Are open-minded. Are conscious of strange forces around you, and are intelligent but unworldly. You have independent means which allow you to pursue your interests. I think that's the wealth kicking in there. Have studied and practiced ritual magic, and instinctively know the right way to behave in social situations. That would be the savoir-faire. You have delved deeply into forbidden lore. The most forbidden of lores. You sometimes have glimpses of things which have not yet happened. and that would be the clairvoyance. So it would be kind of fun to like fill up as many skills as you could and just see what kind of crazed biography you could get. But yeah, there's Miss Mary Muffin and the character creation for Daughter of the Serpents. Pretty cool stuff. But Miss Mary Muffin is unsuitable for discharge. We're not using her. I've already got a guy pre-made. There he is right there. We'll examine Mr. Solid Snack, a 32-year-old traveler. You have a strong sense of adventure. Of course, adventure. Haven't had much formal education. I'm a dumbass. But my trade is adventure. Are unshakably determined, are open-minded, have had experience of strange forces, and possess a shrewd and astute mind. You have independent means which allow you to pursue your interests, have first-hand knowledge of the underworld, have traveled in the Middle East, see things that few people would notice. I see things no one else can see. Feel things no one else can feel. And have had an insider's knowledge of street life. You have a good grounding in Arab folklore and can fit in with local customs. So the skills, let's take a look at the skills I took. My profession is traveler, and I know a little bit about Arabic myths and speak a very small amount of Arabic. And I know enough local customs to, not go walking down the wrong alleyways. Smell things no one else can smell. And then, of course, we're a low life. We're a low life with good knowledge of the street and a keen observation. So that's who we are. Condition stable, discharge authorized. Let's get started. It's a cool logo for the company. Oh, the timer. Get the timer started after this intro. Or actually, it runs a bit of credits. Let's start the timer right now. Now, what is that Big Trouble in Little China quote? Oh, animation. Look at all the oh no! That's what you get for wearing your fez wrong and shot in the back twice. Oh! Lizard people. Here we are. We've arrived at our hotel, the Savoy Hotel. Da 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 da. Ba ba da da. Ba ba da da. Good morning. Mr. Snack, is it not? We have been expecting you. I am Emil. Oh my god, the font. Emil Kruber? The manager. Yeah, the CD version is a little different. You can't make your own character in the CD version. You can only make your character in the floppy version of the game. In the CD version, you select from two different characters, an Egyptologist or an occultist. Da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da. It's got this ragtime music. Anything for me, Emil? There's nothing else for you at the moment. Just this letter here. We got this letter. I think we gotta drag it into the corner here to access our inventory. It was a little weird figuring that out. Or you gotta move objects around to the sides of the screen to be able to use them, it seems. Greco-Roman Museum, Rue de Meuse, Alexandria. Mr. Snack. What is that? Post Restante, Savoy Palace Hotel. Dear Mr. Snack, thank you for your recent letter inquiring about the procedure for obtaining archaeological excavation permits. What do I want with those? I'm just a simple traveler. Now, we've come to Alexandria to see the sights and rob them of all of their ancient artifacts. These things don't belong in a museum. They belong in my bank account. I do not normally involve myself in such matters, but as you come recommended by a friend of many years, I shall be pleased to do. So we've come for archaeological excavation permits. And it's the museum. This letter's from the museum. Okay. Yo, perchance, what's happening? Stock for... Yeah, the music is just out of control. Yeah, what's happening, perchance? We've come to visit Alexandria and steal all of their artifacts. What do we have here? This is our notebook. On arrival in Alexandria, booked at Savoy Palace Hotel. Check dig permit with Professor Leighton Stone at the Greco-Roman Museum. There's the address. If letter hasn't arrived, mention Lord Shelford's name. Lord Shelford. Check current rates for diggers. Webster says that he was cheated last year. Muhammad Alam is meant to be reliable, but may already be working for another expedition. We've got our handy Cook's Handbook. Thomas Cook and Sons. I guess these were like a real thing, these Thomas Cook handbooks, traveler guides from back in the day. Among the world's great cities, Alexandria deserves to be better known. Founded in 331 BC by Alexander the Great. What was so great about him? It was ruled after his death by the descendants of one of his generals and succeeded Athens as the cultural and intellectual center of the Western world. It was the site of the Pharaoh's Lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, and also of the huge Alexandrian library. Its greatness lasted for nearly 1,000 years before the Arab conquest and the founding of Cairo marked its long decline. The rule of Muhammad Ali, 1805 to 1848, began the modern rise of Alexandria as a great port. During his reign, the construction of the 45-mile-long Mahudi Canal linked the city to the Nile once again. Rail links followed, and the development of a modern harbor. Muhammad Ali needed to find outlets in Europe for the produce of Egypt, notably cotton and grain, and capitulations were granted to foreign powers. These have been amended since the Great War, but originally meant that the substantial foreign communities had wide-ranging legal privileges and immunities. Even in ancient times, the city and its people had a reputation for turbulence, and much of the city's center was destroyed in serious rioting in 1882. The continuing rise of nationalism has since led to further violence, but firm... yeah. Holy shit. I guess one of the developers for the game, I think it was actually maybe the artist, had visited Alexandria before the game was made. So there's some level of accuracy in this game to real life. Got notes on the Alexandrian Library. Many other things. Holy shit. There's lore. So much lore. A horrific amount of lore. Essentials for your visit. Oh, it's the options. Oh, that's kind of neat. They've nested the options in one of these books. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Cool. And there's our notepad. And this is what? This is our map. A map of ancient Alexandria. Here's us here. And the museum. Well, we've been invited to the museum. I guess it's logical to make that our... Whoa, what's this? Is that the floor? Yeah, the floor! We must inspect the floor everywhere we go. Let's check out our lodgings here, I guess. There's the band. The out-of-control band. That's a 6-piece. No, you really don't know when the floor is just gonna come up and attack you. So this is our room, I guess. Oh, we've got a nice view out here. The Mosque of the Prophet Daniel. Is that a bust of Nefertiti or Cleopatra? Oh, we've got Cleopatra's bust in our room. Oh, that's... I kind of like that icon. It's got the day and night cycle there. No rest. What's with the elevator? Okay, you can take the elevator to your room, or you can take the stairs. Here we are. Alexandria. Cradle of civilization. What's this way? Oh, it just takes us right back in. And that too. Alright. What about behind us? Thomas Cook and Sons. Hello? I'm sorry. You haven't done anything yet, man. I just met this guy and the first thing he says is, I'm sorry. But I don't think that there's anything I can help you with at this moment. Alright then. Can we look? Oh, we can look at the floor everywhere we go. Complete immersion. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Okay, well, we've been summoned to the museum. Let's go to the museum. Not really a whole lot to interact with. Mr. Snack. It's good of you to come so promptly. You're arranging an excavation permit for the Hayward expedition. I understand. Well, if you'd like to let me contact the authorities in Cairo on your behalf, I may be able to have a word with the right people. It's still likely to take a few weeks, though. In the meantime, I don't suppose you'd be kicking your heels, but I wonder if you'd mind doing me a very great favor. Well, I guess he's helping us out with the permits. Let me explain. In the last few months, a lot of papyri have been turning up on the black market. Not just fragments of manuscript, but almost complete papyrus scrolls. As I'm sure you realize, that's most unusual. And what worries me is that someone has discovered a major tomb and is systematically looting it. They've beaten me to it. What's even more worrying, the material is all from the, how do you say that, Ptolemaic era? And may even have formed part of the Alexandrian library. If material of such importance were lost to scholars, it would be a tragedy. Since the police need someone who isn't known here to help them. And when I got your letter, I thought that you might be ideal. So are you willing to help us? The cops? I don't know if I want to work for the cops. Good. I was sure I could count on you. Now, you'll need to go over to the El Gumruck police station. Gumruck. The El Gumruck police station. If you've got one of those maps of Alexandria that cooks do, I'll mark it on there for you. I'll give them a ring to let you know you're coming as well. The man you need to speak to is Bumbashi Cameron. MP, what's happening? Goodbye and thank you for your help. Let's take a statue on our way out. We need to pilfer all the artifacts we can get our hands on. Leo the Barbary? Barbarian? I'll play any barbarian game I can get my hands on. Oh yeah, I guess we gotta leave with the map. There's Cameron, there's the police station marked on our map. A Finnish meme game. I'm gonna have to write that one down. I'll put it down on the sacred list of barbarian games. Editing the final text for Enemy 1. Yeah, I saw some stuff there on Enemy 1 that you were talking about on Discord. That game looks pretty awesome. Lizard people. There's lizard people in this game. Professor Stone's Trojan horse. He told me to expect a visit from you. I'm Cameron, Mr. Snack. Pleased to meet you. Now, I don't know if he told you, but we have a pretty fair idea of who's behind the racket. There are two good reasons why we haven't done anything so far, though. One is that our suspect is Greek. That'll stop you from investigating them. And although I think I can get around them, the remaining capitulations still come into the picture. Capitulations. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. You might not be familiar with them, as I have to be. They were legal privileges and immunities granted to foreign countries to encourage trade. When Egypt was part of the Ottoman Empire, they were amended after the war. But it still means that I can't arrest a Greek suspect without a representative of the Greek council being present. The other problem, to be honest with you, is that we may not have rooted out all the corruption in the force. Oh. Yes, a few years back in 1917, the Mamor Zapt, or head of the secret police, a man called Philippides, was sentenced to 5 years in jail for gross corruption. When the rot starts at the top, it usually goes all the way down. Russell Pasha has rooted a lot of them out since then, but I don't want to take any chances. I need someone who can pose convincingly as a buyer of manuscripts, but who isn't connected with the police in any way. All I'd like you to do is contact our suspect. And if you're offered any antiquities, pretend to agree. So are you willing to help, now that I've explained, or not? Not. You won't be in any danger. That's not why I'm reluctant. You're a copper. I don't need the cops knowing me. How am I going to make a quick getaway with all of Alexandria's ancient artifacts if the cops have knowledge of my movements? I can assure you... Oh, shit. All right, then. Thank you for coming anyways. Oh, no! I wanted to agree. Hello again, Mr. Snack. Have you changed your mind? Splendid. Now, it's a case of cherchez la femme here. The suspect is a Greek widow called... Oh my god, this fucking font. Ariande Elvitis. When her husband died, she took over his business interests, the most public of which are the Gardens of Paradise Cafe and Elvtis Import-Export Company. Tell me about the Gardens of Paradise. That sounds good. A small cafe in the Arab Quarter, close to the Abu el Abbas Mosque. Easy to find. And marked on the Cook's tourist map anyway. It's popular with tourists. And I think you're right. It would be a good place to meet her. Apparently by accident. And avoid arousing her suspicions. So you prefer the cafe or the office? Let's go to the cafe. Very well then. Now, wait for the approach to come from her. Don't worry if nothing happens on your first visit. Just keep trying. Now, you do remember what I said about the capitulations. Yes, you can't arrest Greek suspects. Yes, I remember. I wish I could say that all consular officials gave us their prompt and enthusiastic support, but many of them see a posting here as the first step to a prosperous retirement. I can't take the chance of Mrs. Elitis. Is it Elitis or Elvitis? Jesus. So I'll just arrange to meet one of them for cocktails, and you arrange to meet her in the bar of your hotel. Yes. You're at the Savoy Palace, aren't you? She'll probably suggest that as a meeting place anyways. But if not, get her to agree to it. Now, she'll want to see the color of your money at some point, but don't worry about that. I'll make arrangements with cooks to provide you with a banker's draft. Thomas Cook & Sons. Their office is almost opposite your hotel. I'll let them know you're coming. Ask to have the draft delivered to the hotel just before you're due to meet. That way they can tell me the date and time. Anyway, good luck, Mr. Snack. I'll arrange for one of my men to take you back to your hotel now. By the way, don't contact me directly again. She might get to hear of it. Goodbye for now. And thank you for your help. All right, we've set up with the police to help them out. We're going to try to find who's selling these lost manuscripts. But I'm going to double-cross the police. I'm going to buy that manuscript with their money and then get the hell out of Alexandria. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go enjoy some music a little bit. We'll sit down. Dun, dun, dun. Oh shit. The speedrun hacks have already started for Waterworld. I'll just be happy if I can get the 1cc. We'll see how it goes. I might do some 1cc attempts if we can get this game done in a decent hour. The bird of time has but a little way to fly, and lo! The bird is on the wing. I don't talk like that. Let's go to this cafe. This way, please, sir. We have a seat here for you. Colorful enough to appeal to the tourists, but somewhere they can order a coffee in English. And don't have to worry about being drugged and sold to white slavers. Now I'm here. I suppose I better order a cup of coffee. Cup of coffee in the morning. With cream, and the cream rises to the top. Hot figa kava. Give me that coffee. Oh. Oh, a snack. We got a snack with our coffee. Snack first. Nice to have a little something with the coffee. Very pleasant. Oh. We've already been approached. Good day to you. I trust everything is to your satisfaction. And you do not mind me joining you for a few moments. What is that, Ariandi? Ariandi Elitis, the owner of the Gardens of Paradise. You are by yourself. I hope that does not mean that you've lost your companions. Maybe you have none. I walk alone. Tell me, are you here in Alexandria on business or pleasure? Business is pleasure. Ah, then don't be in too much of a hurry to rush off to Cairo. Too many people come to Alexandria, see only a modern city, and forget its history. This is the great city of Alexander the Great. The great city of Alexander the Great. For hundreds of years, the capital of Egypt, the site of the greatest library in the ancient world, the home of some of the world's greatest minds. If I were you, I'd try to take something back unusual. Something to remind yourself of this unique city. I know a lot of people, and I could ask about for you. Where are you staying? I'm at the Savoy Palace Hotel. Very well then. If I hear of anything, I'll leave a message for you at the desk. Who shall I leave it for? Snack. Snack. Mr. Solid Snack. Very well then, Mr. Snack. I'll do what I can. Now if you'll excuse me. I mustn't neglect my other customers. Let's drink our coffee. We never got a chance to drink our coffee. Cardamom coffee. The unmistakable flavor of the Middle East. These tiny cups don't last long. Maybe I should order another one. Get all buzzed on caffeine. No, that's okay. I don't even like coffee. Give me beer. Okay, we gotta leave with our map. Most of our navigation looks like it's gonna be done with this map. Snack. Solid snack. What's happening, Bok Choy? Okay, well, I guess... Do we just wait for her to contact us again? Oh, there was something up here. Anything for me, Emil? Not at the moment, Mr. Snack. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, the music's actually pretty well done. We're not going to be able to get the money from Cook yet. Yo, Genki Zenbu, the adventuring is going well. I'm here in the Far East, ready to steal all of their ancient artifacts and treasures. We're gonna be rich. Filthy, stinking rich. Bucktooth Gamer, what's happening? Laura Bow 2? I'm not familiar. A catacomb. We can go visit a catacomb. Is there anything we can do at the museum? Can we visit it? Ah, Mr. Snack. How did you get on with Cameron? He's given me the name of the suspect. I'm supposed to contact her. Agree to buy whatever she's selling and meet her at the bar of my hotel, where she'll be arrested. Well, I'll leave all the cloak and dagger stuff to you and Cameron. If it all goes successfully. I've told Cameron I'd like to take a look at anything he recovers. You're more than welcome to come along too if you like. Maybe we'll just visit the catacombs, I guess. It's the one place I haven't been yet. This dude's just sleeping. A solar disk. Cool. All right, well, there's the catacombs. Maybe we gotta rest back at the hotel. We'll take the stairs. I don't trust them elevators. Those newfangled contraptions. Excuse me, Mr. Snack. There's a message for you. It arrived earlier this morning. Thank you, Emil. Mr. Snack, Savoy Palace Hotel. Dear Mr. Snack, I'm delighted to be able to tell you so soon that I believe I have found a truly remarkable item, with which I think you'll be delighted. Not knowing your schedule, I have arranged to be in the Savoy Palace bar at 11 this morning and look forward to seeing you there. Ariadne Elitis. Ariadne Elitis. Alright. Let's go to the bar. It's a good place to go right after you wake up. Just after 10. Shall I wait till 11? Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. There she is. Along with this old lady knitting. Mr. Snack! I had to see you. I have a tremendous opportunity. I was speaking to a business colleague earlier, a member of the Coptic community here. It seems that one of his cousins has run up a substantial gambling debt. His uncle must sell a family heirloom to meet them and avoid disgrace to the family. The heirloom is a cased scroll, and from the sound of it, worth far more than he is asking. Although his cousin's debts must be phenomenal, since he wants 500 Egyptian pounds. Can you afford that or not? I can afford... Money is no object. That seems fair enough. Now, I assume that you have arrangements with the local bank. We will need to move fast, or he may change his mind or sell to someone else. If you can procure a banker's draft or letter of credit, Elber_T. Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome into the adventures. I will meet you back here at 6 o'clock this evening. So now we go to Cook's, I guess. We go to Cook's. The police don't know that I'm gonna scam them, though. I'd like a letter of credit, please. Certainly, sir. Are you the gentleman we were told to expect? By Bimbashi Cameron? Yeah, that's right. And what amount should it be for? £500. I understand that you're staying at Savoy Palace Hotel. I can arrange for the draft to be sent there. When would you like it? Just before 6 this evening. I'll get right on it right away, sir. Okay. So can we just wait? Far too early. I'll come back just before 6. Dun, 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 dun. So we need... Yeah, I see you. We need to get the bank draft first. Hello, Mr. Snack. I think you will like what I have for you. I certainly have never seen its like before. Did you manage to arrange the money? I've arranged a letter of credit through Thomas Cook & Sons. They were going to deliver it to the hotel. I'll just go and see if it's arrived. I'll wait here while you go and get it. A messenger from Cook's office brought this over for you earlier, Mr. Snack. I was going to tell you that a lady was waiting for you in the bar, but you already know that. Yeah, we spent all day in the bar. I'm now in the right mindset to do big business. Letter of credit may be exchanged at all major banks for a sum not in excess of £500 sterling. Oh, whoops. Oh, we've got new notes here. Papyri are being sold on the black market, probably from a looted tomb, as the quantity is unusually fine. Almost complete in many cases. There are a number of them, and all of them are from the same era. Ptolemaic. They may even formed a part of the Library of Alexandria. Contact Bimbashi Cameron. Cameron's main suspect is a Greek woman, Ariande Elitis. A cased scroll is being offered. Is it fake? Cameron may be able to arrest her, even if it is, for a different offense. What is that? Coptic business colleague alleged to be selling family heirloom to meet gambling debt. No name. She hasn't suggested meeting him. Does he exist at all? Maybe it's a cover. Duke, what's happening? Good to see you, Duke. This has been good so far. I really enjoyed the character creation. We're an uneducated adventurer who is very streetwise, very observant, and a total lowlife. So, pretty accurate, I would say. Mr. Solid Snack. I kind of wish we could look at the character after creation. Yeah, I put absolutely 0 points into like Egyptology or any of the things that seemed like would make sense for the game. We're just a streetwise traveler. Have you got it? Good. As I'm sure you are aware, to take this out of the country legally, you will need a permit for the authorities in Cairo. Because of that, I don't want you to give the money now. Yoshino. Oh shit, what's happened? What's happened, game? That was weird. Alright, we missed some yada yada, but whatever. Pleasure to organize it for you. It will also guarantee that the artifact is genuine. Meanwhile, I will confirm to the seller that you have the money. When the permit arrives, I will give you this, and you will give me the money. May I just see the draft for a moment? Sure. This is the draft, I think. How do I do that? Alright. There. Check it out. Please. I must just confirm that it is in order. Then I will give it back to you. The little hands. While I'm holding it? Because there's this little hand here, like that. Oh my god. Just shove it in her face. Right in her eye. Where the hell do I put this thing? That's how I feel right now, Talmans. Welcome. Animates when I drop it, okay. Well, when I put... Oh, shit, there we go. Thank you. I will let you have it back in a minute. And then I had better take the case somewhere safer. But while I check the letter of credit, look at it. Have you ever seen its like before? Ugh. Treasure! Treasure! Look at the glint. I'm getting the fever. Just one moment. Ariandi Elitis, I am placing you under arrest. Look at the... She's giving me a little peek. The gentleman behind your companion there is a representative of the Greek council, who has agreed to surrender you into the custody of the Egyptian authorities. Oh, she's not happy with it. You are not obliged to say anything, but anything that you do say will be taken down and may be given in evidence against you. Really, Cameron? You have run out of brothels and gambling dens to raid? You're making a grave mistake. I warn you. The other car will be here in a minute. Take her to the station and I'll question her later. Yes, sir. I better look after that letter of credit. Can you let me have it, Mr. Snack? He's just exposing me as an undercover operative. No, you may not have the letter of credit. It's mine. I'll take the scroll and the money. It was only a loan, Mr. Snack. Take it back to the station. Gad? Right, we better see what we've got here. I've arranged for it to be examined by Professor Stone at the museum. Why don't you go along as well? Splendid! Let's go over there right away then. Shino doing the cultist chants. What do you make of it? Homo Teolysis. No, that's the game music. Welcome in. This case is an extraordinary mixture of elements. That does occur, of course. The catacombs are the prime example, but there's nothing like this that I know of. The workmanship is superb. But the trouble with gold leaf is that it doesn't tarnish. It could have been made yesterday, and probably was, if it is a fake. Then it's likely the scroll is too. Scroll! Yes, there really was a scroll inside there. I've done some preliminary humidifying. Always make sure to do some preliminary humidifying. And unrolled the first few feet. Well, shall we take a look at it? Before I start examining the scroll, take a look at the case. I'll just turn it around for you so that you can see it properly. You see what I mean? You'd expect it to hold a sacred animal. What's a sacred animal? Certain animals were sacred to particular gods. The cat to Basset, for instance. The ibis to Thoth. Oh, Thoth! Thoth Amon, my sworn enemy. And they're often mummified as offerings. Whether or not the case is genuine or belongs with the scroll, I suggest we take a look at that now. It's in Greek. Not one of the other scripts. Are you familiar with any of this, Mr. Snack? Not at all. I can't make head or tail of it, I'm afraid. I'm just an uneducated lowlife. Hired to do some wet work. Well, we actually have the title, which is most unusual. The ends of the scrolls were subject to the most wear, and are often missing. It's Biblion Creuruchion. Biblion, of course, is book. The other word could refer to the staff carried by heralds, or the winged staff of Hermes, which was surrounded by snakes. A loose translation might be Book of the Serpent Staff. There's snake people in this game. Yeah, we were looking at the lore book earlier, and it's just like an ungodly amount of lore. But you'll need to be patient. Yeah, that's actually kind of how I wanted this to play out. So I'm sort of glad that it's working that way. I don't know if it's because, like, maybe if we took some Egyptology or something, we'd have a better understanding. And that would be really, really cool. But so far, this is playing out exactly how I wanted it to. I'm just a traveler sort of lost in all of this. This is dedicated to Ptolemy Vaiskrun, the seventh Ptolemy. The seventh Ptolemy. Also called Evergetus or Well-doer. Not to be confused with the first Evergetes, who extended the library and built the Serapeum, the Library of Alexandria, the greatest in the ancient world. Any guide to Alexandria will tell you about it. The writer promises to reveal great secrets and powerful magic. Most of it so far, however, concerns the history of... God. The font's kind of killing me, too. Is that an M or an H? The guy. The scroll describes the dude as the only son of the ancient pharaoh. There may have been someone of that name. The records of the dynasties are far from complete, but it certainly appears in one of the Demotic tales, folk stories from the Greco-Roman era. They were written in a late form of Egyptian known as Demotic. One in particular concerns the folk hero called Setmi Kamuas. According to this scroll, I should have clicked on that. The dude received a vision from the god Thoth. Thoth. Neni Verkapta. One of the greatest Egyptian gods, a moon god, the inventor of writing, and the god of the calendar. His name in Egyptian is Tehuti, literally the measurer. The vision led Neni Ferkafta to a city of serpents in the land of the dead, in the midst of the Sea of Coptus. I don't recognize that name at all. The land of the dead was the western desert, and the Sea of Coptus may be a name for a part of it. Or a magical location. There inside a series of boxes, of iron, then bronze, then wood, then ebony, then ivory, then silver, and finally gold, guarded by an endless serpent that might mean immortal, he found the book which Thoth wrote with his own hand. Okay, we don't need to click on that again. Oh, I'm skipping shit that we haven't read. That's usually the case with magical and alchemical texts. The key secrets were passed on by word of mouth. Well, we can't expect that to happen. Can we, Mr. Snack? Can you make the sense of the rest? I think so. A lot can be guessed from the context. It seems that he studied the wisdom of the people of the city, and forgive me, but here I'm afraid the text is only too clear. Orgiastic rites of worship took place. He brought his wife to the city, so that its people might father children on her. At some point, he killed the serpent which guarded the book, stole the book, and used one of the spells in it to imprison the inhabitants. After that, it talks of his daughters guarding some secret knowledge until the stars are right, and of the sons leaving the company of men, when the blood of their fathers showed in them. Why was the city called the City of Serpents? Because its people were serpents. Yeah, we saw a snake person at the beginning in the opening cutscene. Some old dude wearing a fez got stabbed to death by a serpent man. What a way to start your story. The idea of hybrid monsters, half human, half animal, is common in the Egyptian religion and myth. And maybe not just there. You came in on the SS Dacia, Mr. Snack. Shall I tell the professor what happened when it docked? Yeah, tell him. One of the passengers, a Turkish citizen, was coming down the gangplank when he was stabbed by an Arab, who was then shot by a policeman. You might say that sort of thing happens here every day, but there was disturbing features. The eyewitnesses were almost hysterical and babbled something about the Arab turning into a snake. When I looked at the body, I could see what had upset them. Dr. Morrison carried out the autopsy on the Arab, and I asked him about the scaly skin, slit-pupilled eyes, and needle teeth. But he just muttered something about skin diseases and birth defects. The same sort of things probably gave rise to this story in the first place. Back to what you were saying, Professor. Are there actually any magic spells in the scroll? It mentions 3. The first one of summoning. The user must call upon the most secret name of Thoth. The second is a spell of binding. Beep. The ancient Egyptians believed that words had magic powers, and that showing a thing could make it happen. The enemy of the caster shall become bound, as the words of the spell are bound to the scroll. The third spell is one of true sight, or divination. It uses the needle of gold and the spittle of serpents. It doesn't say how. A golden needle! Well, I'll be... The lore behind my username. There is lore behind my username. Ancient lore. Back in 1918, one of the officers stationed in Cairo, a Captain King, was found semi-conscious on a bench in the Ezbekeh Gardens. There was no obvious sign of injury, but he seemed to be drugged. And when he was spoken to, all he would say was, "She scratched my eye with a golden needle and gave me second sight." He stayed in that state for several weeks, and then became feverish and delirious and died. But that was all he would say. The strangest thing was, when they carried out an autopsy, there was a scratch in the corner of one eye. We never got to the bottom of the affair. The only clue was that the only clue we had was that King has one... What? The only clue we had was that King was one of their ladies, and he'd been seen with a beautiful young Arab woman. She was wearing a veil, though, and it's hard to identify someone just from their eyes. The telephone! That will probably be for me. I told him I could be reached here in an emergency. What? Who? When? Where? Why? How long ago? Any witnesses? All right. I'm on my way. You must excuse me, I'm afraid. Something bearing on this case has come up elsewhere. I'll try to get back. But if not, I'll be in touch with you tomorrow, Professor. Of course, Cameron. I'll carry on here for a while. And tried to decide whether this is genuine or not. Good night. Good night, Mr. Snack. An extraordinary mixture. The whole thing. This part seems to be a prophecy of the end of the world. When the stars are right. Such prophecies occurred a lot towards the end of the Ptolemaic era. That could mean that this is a later copy with additions of the original dedicated to Ptolemy the 7th. The 7th Ptolemy. Oh yeah, we got all that information. When the stars are right. She who is foremost among the daughters of Neniferkafta. The name means beautiful. Beautiful is the bowl of Ptah. One of the very oldest sun gods. In the afterlife, he opened the mouth of the deceased to release their soul. She who is Isis. She was the goddess of the motherhood and nature, also skilled in charms and magic. Shall call upon Thoth by his name that she alone knoweth. This guy must be getting annoyed with me like, who the fuck is that? Who are you talking? Who? And the messenger of those that wait shall come unto her, that they may be united. That would refer to the spell of summoning. But the name is most certain to have been passed on orally, as the central secret of a mystery cult. Mystery cults. There were secret societies which taught religious and magical knowledge, often through ritual dramas. Because of the oath of secrecy taken by initiates, very little of their teachings has survived. The union will mark the dawning of a new age, when the old gods will return. What happened to his lantern there for a second? And their servants shall have power over all things. Oh, it's his lamp's flickering. The world will be destroyed, and a new one take its place. Oh, blast that lamp. The bulb must be going. Anyways, that's as far as I can go now. I don't want to risk handling the scroll anymore. In the morning, I can begin work on it properly. It'll take months, maybe years, to fully appreciate what we've got here, even if we know where it came from. But one thing I'm confident of, it isn't a fake. Modern or ancient, the style and script are both too consistent for that. Oh, what on earth? Oh, a portal's opened! Oh! Good lord, man! Oh shit! The message of the book is not for you. Its time approaches, and it has not yet served its purpose. Bring it to me. Throwing up the horns. Metal up. No, don't. What are you doing? Just punch him in the face. That's my payday. I am a teacher and messenger. To those that seek, I bring wisdom and knowledge. Have you sought knowledge, snack? And it shall be my gift to you. You shall know what lies beyond. Come. Oh man, we're getting into the cosmic horror already. Ancient knowledge is going to get revealed. It'll be too much for my brain to handle. I'm worried, sir. Were you standing there when we came in? Or you were standing there when we came in? And for 10 minutes you have not moved. Are you all right? Oh, this is weird. Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. Where am I? The catacombs of Com Est Chagufa, sir. How did I get here? This dude just smoking away. Romans called everyone barbarians. That wasn't Roman. Yo, Stephen Malvoski. Welcome. Got dungeon music. Do not tell anyone, but I'm not really a tourist guide. My brother got me this job. Is that it? The immersive floor exploration. Nothing to do here. We just got transported to the catacombs. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I don't like that. Uh-oh. Is something broke? Is the game broken? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I was wondering why they gave a floor section in every screen. All right, well, let's go back to the museum. What the hell happened? That's where the portal was. Nobody's in the office. He must be out. Should we go to the police station, maybe? If you're looking for the Bimbashi, he's out at the moment. Oh, thank you, Gad. Alright. Mein Gott! Mr. Snack! But we had thought you were... What has happened? You look terrible. Please, take a seat in the bar, if you would be so kind, just for a few minutes, while I make the arrangements. Mein Gott! Oh, here's Bimbashi. Well, I'll be. Emil was right, it's you. What happened? Where have you been? I was in the catacombs, I think. At Com Est Chagaufa. Then I came here. Yes, but where were you before that? At the museum, with you and the professor. When was that? Last night, wasn't it? No, Mr. Snack. That was 3 months ago. You've been missing since then. You must be suffering from amnesia. I'd better bring you up to date. You remember I was called away from the museum, I hope. Well, after we arrested the elitist woman, we began searching her properties to see if we could find any other manuscripts. At her warehouse, they found the body of her customs agent, Yusuf al-Rashid, in the cellar, and phoned me at the museum. Once I'd been at the warehouse, I went back to the station and began questioning her. She was worried about something, but before I could get anything out of her, there was a phone call from the museum. The watchman there had discovered the body of the professor. There had obviously been a struggle. The scroll and the case were missing, and so were you. It looked like robbery, like a robbery had gone wrong. And I didn't have to look far for a suspect. But when I got back to the station, she had disappeared as well. What do you mean she disappeared? She jumped bail. No, she put her money to better use. A lavish bribe did the trick. If I catch the man responsible... Anyway, enough about that. At that point, quite frankly, we didn't have much to go on. At first, we thought that you had been kidnapped and expected a ransom demand. That's funny, like... I feel like the logical conclusion would have been that I assaulted the professor and stole the scroll for myself, but... I'm glad they gave me the benefit of the doubt. When that didn't appear, we were forced to assume the worst. And now, 3 months later, here you are alive and apparently unharmed. Except for your memory, that is. Even if I did tell him that I can remember what happened to me. I don't think he'd believe it. I can only assume that you were being held somewhere. That they decided to turn you loose. And gave you a bang on the head before dumping you in the catacombs. You had a very lucky escape. But I think that for your own safety, it's best if you leave Alexandria. I'll beat the bushes and see if I can find out where you were kept. The expedition took place in your absence, so there's not much point in going up country now. If I were you, I'd get the next ship back home and pick up the pieces from there. I really feel dreadful about this. If it wasn't for me, none of this would have affected you. Yeah, copper. Please accept my deepest condolences. Goodbye, Mr. Snack, and good luck. Da 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 da. Bum 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 bum. Hey, the whole band isn't there anymore. I have checked the journal a couple of times, but I didn't know that I should. Mr. Snack, over here a moment, please. Maybe we'll check it right now. Case scroll being offered. Yeah, I got all that. The victim of the stabbing at the docks. Where was he during the voyage? Was Turkish. So I didn't notice the Turkish man on the voyage. Autopsy on the killer showed that he actually died from a ruptured heart caused by unknown stimulant. Even if not, two shots at point-blank range would have done him. Killer had scaly skin, slit-pupiled eyes, and pointed teeth. Doctors attributed these to birth defects or skin diseases. They could not... They could not if they had seen him fall as I did. Some other stuff. At some point he killed the serpent, stole the book, imprisoned the people. This is just catching us up, or reminding us, I should say, about what was in the scroll. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I was really jotting notes down while while I was having that conversation with the museum curator. It's a good thing. The messenger of these that wait shall come unto her. That they may be united. Their union will make a new age when the old gods will return, and their serpents shall have power over all things. The world will be destroyed, and a new one will take its place. Professor doesn't think the scroll is fake. Where have I been for the last 3 months? You shall know what lies beyond. Beyond the spirit door, there was a darkness. The screaming, the things that clutched the awful, awful space in the darkness. The screaming, the things. They wanted my soul! I must not think about it anymore. Cameron says that they found the body of Eradine's customs agent, Yusuf al-Rashid, in her warehouse when they searched it. Where is Eradine now? What is the message of the book? Who is it for? What is its purpose? Its time approaches. No! I must not think about it. The madness is setting in. What happens when the madness and the mania unites? I understand from Bimbashi Cameron that you'll be staying here for a few days until your ship leaves. I've taken the liberty of putting you in your old room. I hope that meets your approval. Anything? Its time approaches. I'd better not go to bed yet. I still have things to do today. Like what? Yes, sir. What can I do for you? I'd like to book passage to England, please. The next one won't be leaving for a couple of days, but I can certainly book you a cabin on it. Could you just remind me of your name? Mr. Snack. And I'm staying at the Savoy Palace Hotel. Right then, Mr. Snack. I'll let you know when the arrangements have been made. Navjack! What's happening, Navjack? Let's see, let's get some coffee and a snack. Salam! Are you looking for my mistress, perhaps? She is not here. I do not know where she is now. Do 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 do. Yeah, I guess not much point in going to the museum now that the guy's dead. Alright, just being thorough. I guess we can probably rest now. Oh, Mr. Snack! An Arab gentleman just left this note for you. Mr. Snack, I have heard that you are alive and back in Alexandria. I must meet you tonight. Come to the Gardens of Paradise at 9 o'clock. Abdul will take you to me. Tell no one you're coming. Eradine. So far, it's really good. A lot of things beyond my comprehension. I'm just a simple streetwise lowlife that stumbled into some cosmic horror. Da da da. Do 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 do. Okay, so if we go to the bar, we can make time go by. Slam some drinks while we're at it. We got the full band here now. Stop, Eldorado! Just stop it. Do 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 do. Come with me, sir. Oh, secret passageways, dark dealings. Something's already in my mind. I can feel the scratching on the back of my skull. So it is you. She's just lounging. Yo, Sir Spamasum. Thank you very much for the 2-month subscription. Welcome, Sir Spamasum. When I heard you were alive, I had to see you. Abdul, bring us some more coffee, please. Maybe, since you are alive, there could be hope. For 3 months now, I've been trapped here, not able to risk leaving, not even sure that I was safe here. Of course, she's been hiding from the police. The police? In some ways, they're the least of my worries. Of course, it is important that they don't come blundering in, or they could ruin everything. What is this place, anyways? It's the only place I could be safe. This is where I do my real work. Oh. I pursue certain esoteric disciplines and crafts. Some might call them magic. But that is a word used by the ignorant for things that which they know nothing. Magicians. Only here I could erect wards and guards to keep me safe. Everyone who had contact with that cursed scroll seemed fated to die, and I could only assume that I was next. She's just chillin'. But now, here you are, alive. Tell me what happened that night. We'd taken the scroll to the museum, and the professor began translating it. Cameron left after he got a phone call. That must have been where he heard about Al-Rashid's death. After Cameron left, the professor continued to translate the scroll for a couple of hours, then suddenly... Kunky, what's happening? What on earth? We're having a flashback. Get out of here. I've got the little feet. Leave this place. The message of the book is not for you. Its time approaches, and it has not yet served its purpose. Bring it to me. Metal! Mental case, what's happening? Welcome. Yeah. I bet Power Slave is his favorite album. To those that seek, I bring wisdom and knowledge. You have sought knowledge, Snack, and it shall be my gift to you. You shall know what lies beyond. Come! The next thing I remember, or rather want to remember, I was standing in the catacombs at Chagufa. Then I discovered that 3 months had passed. I blame myself for much of what's happened. Even the case alone should have told me how dangerous it was. But having read the scroll, I should have never let it outside this room. Yeah, you're right, it is your fault. If you knew what was going to happen, I didn't intend for you to have it anyways. After you had seen it, I was going to have a copy of the case made, fill it with scraps of genuine papyrus, and sell you that with a forged export permit. Then Cameron sprung his trap, and it all went wrong. Perhaps it's just as well. If I had kept it, the professor's fate would have been mine. What really worries me, though, is not that he died and I might have, but what could happen. The true significance of the scroll and of that night's event, as I just said now. When the papers reported it, they made great play of the fact that the professor was found in some sort of spirit door, but none of them asked whose name was written on that door, who it was built to serve. I had 3 months to ask and find the answer. The guides and archaeologists say that the inscription on the door is unique. It is not. But only once before have I seen it. In Prim's hellish work. De Vermis Mysteries. Or Mysteries of the Worm. Ludwig Prim was a wizard, necromancer, and alchemist. Sounds like he needs a broadsword through the head, who died in the 16th century, but boasted of having lived for hundreds of years. Part of that dreadful book tells of his visits to Egypt, and of the time he spent in Alexandria. He talks of a god, worshipped as Tehuti Aheret, Thoth the Great of Terror, but also gives the real name and title of that god. Oh shit! We're name-dropping old ones now. Nyarlathotep, servant of the outer gods. He is known by many names. Sometimes the crawling chaos. Sometimes the haunter of the dark. Whatever he's called, he is evil itself. Yeah, we're starting to get into the eldritch terrors now. It must have been him who came through that spirit door. Came for the case and the scroll. But why? What could be so important about it? Shall I remind her what he said? Sure. He said the message of the book is not for you. Its time approaches, and has not yet served its purpose. But who's the message for? It said in the scroll that the foremost among the daughters of the dude knew the name. She who is foremost among the daughters shall call upon Thoth by his name that she alone knoweth. When Al-Rashid began selling the papyri, the papyrium, he told me that he had got them from the tomb of a Libyan in the Libyan desert. And when I told him I wanted something special to sell to you, he said that there was treasures there as well, and that he would bring me one. What if he was lying? What if the case didn't come from the centuries-old tomb? What if the worshippers of that dreadful god still exist, and he robbed them? Shall I tell her about the incident when I arrived in Alexandria? Sure. A strange thing happened when I was coming off my ship, when I first arrived here. One of the other passengers, Turkish by the look of him, was stabbed to death. That was bad enough, but there was something almost worse about the man who stabbed him. He was shot by the police, and as he fell, he seemed to change. When I looked at the body, it was human, but his skin was rough and scaly, almost reptilian, and he had hideous pointed teeth. So the scroll spoke of the sons of that person, leaving the company of men when the blood of their fathers showed in them. But why was it so important to get the scroll back? Was it something to do with that phrase in the scroll, when the stars are right? I don't know. I would have to see if over the last 3 months there have been any significant events in the heavens. The calculations I have to do will take some time. But while I'm making them, there's something you could do. I can't understand why you found yourself in the catacombs. Perhaps if you went back there, you might see something significant. They'll be closed now, so I suggest you return to your hotel, get some sleep, and visit them in the morning. Come back here after that, but remember, tell no one that you've seen me. If the police find me here, they'll ruin everything. What we have to do is too important for that. Dude. This guy's one of the cultists, I bet. He's probably the head cultist. Alright, let's watch the band play for a second. I'm just gonna grab a yogurt. I'm hungry. Yogurt. And moldy raspberries. No, I'm sure they're fine. Do. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yo, Abs! Abs, how the hell are you, man? Abs nerdity. Thank you very much for the raid. No, MP! MP, you're too good of a mod for this ghetto stream. We don't have sophisticated things like shoutouts set up. There we go. There we go. Abs, what's happening, man? I do the verbal shoutouts. Shout out to Abs Nerdity. Abs was playing some Eldritch Terror games recently with Kodelka and Shadow Hearts. There's some like Lovecraftian elements to Shadow Hearts, isn't there? I never played Shadow Hearts, but yeah, it looked really good. An old girlfriend of mine, years and years ago, I remember watching her play through that. Kodelka I have. I actually really want to play Kodelka sometime. I remember renting it as a kid when it came out and really enjoying it, and I bought it like a long time ago. I've still never gotten around to it. Ba 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 dee do bo be doo. All right, let's go take a rest. We need to rest our head. Good. We've woken up. That's a good thing after the 3 months of being in some unknown space and time. I'm glad we woke up from sleeping and tentacles didn't bust out of our head. Off to the catacombs. I like this guy. Don't tell anyone, but I'm not really a tourist guide. My brother got me this job. I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, there's not really anything that I can do here. She told me to go and visit the catacombs, but there's nothing I can interact with. Other than this, the solar disk. Yo, Gronks, yeah, this is a Lovecraftian game. I'll be honest, I was actually planning to play this one later on in the month, after we went through Dead of the Brain, which was which was a lot of fun. Really good game. It totally took my voice by the end of Dead of the Brain. My voice was pretty much gone. Big meats. I'm a big fan of meat of all kinds. Big old beef steak. Yeah, Dead of the Brain was so good. After playing Dead of the Brain, I kind of wanted to jump right into Marine Filth. But I don't have everything set up for that. I did find out my issue, though, with not being able to full screen Nico Project. It was the version of Nico Project that I had. I wasn't able to full screen. The latest version I can full screen, but I can't figure out how to get the text hooker to work with that properly. It's just one of those cans of worms. Well, there's nothing going on here, lady. She told me to come here in the morning, but there's nothing. Nothing, tra-la-la. Salted pork? Smoking and feasting. The salted pork is particularly delicious. Yeah, that's quite the game to see first thing in the morning. There was some moments in that I was kind of like, whoa! But it wasn't too bad. It was, yeah. I had heard other people streamed it, so I assumed it wasn't, like, completely overboard. Well, I don't know. Come with me, sir. Definitely does make me want to play the other two games in that horror trilogy. Come in, Mr. Snack. I must tell you what I've discovered. To begin with, I made a chart of the heavens to see if there was anything significant in the position of the planets. I couldn't see anything, but then I remembered what the scroll said. It talks about when the stars are right, the inner planets move too fast. If they were the key, the time would have come and gone by now. Then I thought to include Yugoth. Certain texts, ancient and forbidden, hint of a ninth planet at the very edge of our solar system, and give it the name of Yugoth. Only one astrologer, the 13th century Kareni El Gafir, gives formulae for calculating the position of Yugoth. But he was reluctant to discuss its significance. Then I thought, if the stars are right now, I might get some clue by seeing when this happened last. So I tried regressing them, working out their positions backwards. Al-Ghafir calculated that Yugoth takes about 245 years to make a complete precession through the houses of the zodiac. So the last time the other planets were in the same position, relative to Yugoth, was almost 2,000 years ago. Then I calculated the exact date. 8 cycles of Yugoth would take 1,960 years. Then I remembered what had been happening in the ancient world then. I'm just staring, at this point, my character's just staring blankly at her and just being like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Happening here in Egypt, in Alexandria. And what was that? The struggle between the two greatest cultures of ancient Europe, the Roman and the Hellenic. More than just the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty. It was one of the turning points of history. At its center was a woman. Oh shit. Cleopatra, mistress of Julius Caesar, and of his heir Mark Antony. The serpent of the Nile, Cleopatra. Nowadays her story has become a romance. A story of doomed passion, but that trivializes it. At stake was more, much more, than who could control Egypt and its fabulous wealth, and who would rule the Roman Empire after Julius Caesar. The Romans made their emperors gods when they died. But Cleopatra and Antony were hailed in their lifetimes as Aphrodite and Dionysus. Yeah, because they were fucking and drinking nonstop. The Greek goddess of beauty and fruitfulness, and the Greek god of divine madness. The Egyptians hailed them as Isis and Osiris, goddess of creation and god of the dead. If they had not been defeated, the ancient world would have been ruled by living gods. Historians knew this. It would have been ruled by a drunk. But they did not know of that book. A book written for the Ptolemites. Written in Greek so that they could understand it. And it could work. It could do its work. I'm talking through my yogurt. They knew that there was little reliable information on Cleopatra's mother. But they have not asked why. They know that her attempt to rule the world failed, but they had not asked what would have happened if she succeeded. I cannot stop myself from asking, and I fear I know the answer. If the stars are right again, for the first time in 2 millennia, I fear what is about to happen. Those who have guarded that scroll, and the knowledge in it, will call upon the God that they worship, that he may open the way for others, for the outer gods themselves to return once they ruled. It cannot happen. It must not happen. But we know so little for certain. Did you find anything in the catacombs? Nothing. Nothing at all. It couldn't have been where Al-Rashid found the scroll, in any case, because it's been excavated. If only he knew where he found the scroll. He might have a lead, but the greedy fool won't share his discovery with anyone else, and now he's dead. I'm reluctant to suggest it, but there is a way to find out. There are certain rites and rituals which I have learned in the course of my research. We're going to summon him back from hell, which may allow us to gain the information we need. We will need to wait until nightfall, but I must prepare anyways. Kalima! Kalima! Let's go. Abdul, bring the shovel. Oh no! Nice artwork in this game. Where are we? This is the Coptic section of one of the oldest graveyards in Alexandria. At least we shouldn't be disturbed. The superstitious believe that burial grounds are the haunt of ghouls and jinns. Apart from their religion, there's little to distinguish Copts from other Egyptians. So I suppose it isn't surprising that his tomb is in the Muslim style. Was that my Arabic lore kicking in? What I have to do will not be pleasant. And you don't have to help unless you want to. Would you rather wait outside? I ain't waiting nowhere. I don't know. Antony was a pretty damn good general. He just sort of fell to pieces. Skull gun. Abdul has opened the tomb and will prepare the ritual for us. Antony had a lot of success in Gaul. That's like the whole reason why he got such a high political position, was because he distinguished himself so much as a general. When we go inside, it's important to avoid trivial conversation, and vital that you do exactly what I tell you, when I tell you. If you do not, the consequences could be disastrous. You'll find a brazier set out in the tomb, and 3 packets of powders. When I tell you, add the powders to the fire. Do you understand? Let's go. I burn the red powder. I should save it. Is this red? I have a hard time seeing red. Now burn the yellow powder. He'll be okay, Nylon. Yusuf al-Rashid, by my art, by my words, by my will, I command you, and your body, by your spirit, your soul, I command you, by your life, by your death, and by the life that is after death, I command you, arise now, burn the black powder. What I ask, you will answer. I command you. You have called, and I must answer. But make haste, for your call may have been heard by others. I need no lessons from you on what may follow the spirits of the dead. Answer now. Your meddling has already caused enough damage. Where did you find it? Where others had found it. in its resting place. How did you come there? I followed their path. Where does it begin? Where I sought a hiding place. Where was that? You will find the answer beneath your very feet. Enough, Al-Rashid! Would you play games with me in death as you did in life? Speak plainly, or I will compel you. You cannot. But I am permitted to tell you this. Your path begins where mine ended. Now release me and flee, for here is power. Here his power is great indeed. Quick, get out of here. Yeah, I feel dirty after getting involved in that necromancy. Go, quickly. It's dangerous to remain here. I know where we must go. Come with me. When he said that my path begins where his ended, he must have meant here. This is where his body was found. What did Al-Rashid mean about seeking a hiding place? A hiding place for himself, or something else? Something he didn't want her to know about. Her company imports and exports. Ideal cover for drugs. So maybe now we're getting some streetwise, because we're getting the thought bubbles like Duke was mentioning. I know all about the ideal cover for drugs, and wasn't he her customs agent? My Dedomur? Yes, what of it? When he talked about looking for a hiding place, he could have meant for drugs. Of course, the miserable dog. I knew he was cheating me by taking backhanders from suppliers and accepting inflated bills, but I let that pass because he was not too greedy. Now I know why. But he must have worried about the drug money, that I would find it if he kept it in the safe, and looked for a hiding place. How could he have been so stupid? He was putting everything I worked for at risk for the sake of selling a few oak of hashish to miserable fellow-loving Come, let us go to the office. The door to the cellar is in there. The cellar entrance is through the office. Oh, everything's allowed, Shino. That must be the door to the cellar. It has been broken open from inside. But that would mean somebody broke out of the cellar. Not into it. What do we got here? Eastern Telegraph's sender's copy. Following meeting with your representative, confirm samples satisfactory, terms agreed, we'll take delivery, mixed order compromising, butter, 100 tins glucose, cooking oil, tomato sauce. Tomato sauce for the spagoot. Sandal soles. Shipped via SS Fazara. Al-Rashid. Doesn't exactly seem essential knowledge there. That lot doesn't add up. Individually, the papers are fine, but together they're looking like someone is trying to conceal something. That file must set out the arrangements for bringing drugs into Alexandria. You don't use scales like that in an office to weigh post. Someone's been weighing out drugs. My skills are really paying off in this room. Alright, that looks like everything. Let's go through the door here. Nasty. They must have tied him to that chair. That's where the cut rope comes from. I wonder what that pile of ash is. Okay, let's check out that file again. Yeah, maybe I missed a page flip there. Yeah, there we go. Sauce. Getting all the details on the sauce. That looks like the rest of what they tied him up with. There must be a hidden entrance here somewhere for his killers to have gotten in by. What's on the floor? That's kind of interesting. If you idle on the game a little bit, you get the extra information. Yeah. Yeah, I see that there, Duke. 50 barrels of sauce was ordered. 7 barrels received. £99 of sandal soles. Looks like someone's burned some kind of resinous herbs or incense. The kinds that get you going, umum shimum, umum shimum. Can we, like, examine that? How you manipulate the inventory is pretty interesting. Yo, bro. Examine inventories on the lower left. Dead of the brain? No, no. I'm playing an eldritch horror game. We've come to Alexandria so I can steal all of its ancient artifacts. Very strange. Wonder what the white powder is. Well, this is sticking out to me right here. As some kind of, there we go. There's some rope fibers in the cracks of this slab. That's probably from the large coil of rope, but I can't understand why that's down here. From the looks of it, Al-Rashid cleared everything else out in the cellar. But left the rope. I wonder why. Aha! So we can climb down. Be careful. There might be a big drop below. We'll need to find some way of getting down there safely. It doesn't want to interact. Oh, there we go. I am teacher and messenger. Oh man, oh no. I forgot to save. I meant to save a while back. Oh, to those that seek, I bring wisdom and knowledge. You haven't sought knowledge, Snack, and it shall be my gift to you. You shall know what lies beyond. Come, oh! It's the power slave. Is that what just happened? We died? Well, at least it didn't, like, game over us. And it dumps you here, but nothing works. Oh! Oh! Oh, no. Ugh. I was getting too absorbed in the story. And then I forgot to save. Oh, man. God damn. Well, I'm a dum-dum now. I think I was a dum-dum before, too, but... Shit. Alright. I feel like if we just skip the dialogue, we could probably get back there in a few minutes. 2 hours of gameplay. Well, that's that. So, I guess maybe I should just restart the timer. No, I'll restart the timer. That only makes sense. I feel like if we just skip all the dialogue, because that's most of the game, if we just skip all the dialogue, I can probably get back there shortly. We can look at our character again. Mr. Solid Snack, the 32-year-old traveler. You have a strong sense of adventure, haven't had much formal education. That's why I jumped down the hole. That's why I jumped down the hole before saving. I haven't had much formal education, but I'm unshakably determined, and that's why we're going back from the very beginning of the game. I'm open-minded and have had experience of strange forces and possess a shrewd and astute mind. I've traveled in the Middle East, have first-hand knowledge of the underworld, see things that few people would notice, and have an insider's knowledge of street life. That really reminds me of Big Trouble in Little China. I can't remember the quote. See things no one else can see.
I remember days like this when my father took me to the forest and we ate wild
Have good grounding in
blueberries.
Arab folklore and fit in with local customs. You understand and speak a little Arabic. Let's go. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich using pancakes as the bread. That's, the Holy Trinity. Yeah, it's got really neat character creation. That was actually the first thing that drew me to this game, was the interesting character creation, where you get to build your character with different skills and whatnot. Tim just going ham on the status and the lore scroll. Whoa! Yeah, fair enough, I guess, right, Duke? So, if I don't try to replicate what we did, I could potentially be getting completely different results. Oh my god. Da 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 da. Well, I'll try to do it as close to how I did before. Alright, so we grab that. I wonder if we need to read it to... So there, I read it. Now we go to the museum. I'm sorry, did you say yes or no? I'll help. I helped before. I'll help because this guy's gonna help me get permits for archaeological digs, which is presumably the whole reason why I'm here in Alexandria to begin with. So, I'll do him a favor. Okay, now we go to the cops. The Trojan horse. Oh, I didn't ask about the capitulations. Corruption in the force. Not. You won't be any danger. Alright then, thank you for coming anyways. Because I did do that. I did that last time. It was by mistake, but I kind of want to just retrace my steps so we get the same play. Gardens of Paradise Cafe. And we went to the cafe, not the office. I will ask about the capitulations at the moment. I forgot to ask about it earlier. skipped a couple of things there, but I think they were inconsequential. They're just like descriptions on the cook's guide in our inventory, and something about the bar there. Are you serious? You can just leave? That's pretty awesome. That's a good ending. Yeah, fuck this. Nyarlathotep. No thanks. I want none of it. Okay, so I did go back to the museum at this point. We get a little bit of extra dialogue there. Talking with the doomed professor. Right, and then the cafe. We can enjoy a nice snack. Oh, damn it. I'm skipping too quick. Dude, sit me down. I want my cardamom coffee. There we go. Nice to have a little something with the coffee. Very pleasant. Business or pleasure? Pleasure. Oh, we skipped the history, damn it. Where are you staying? The Savoy Hotel. Snack. Mr. Solid Snack. Yeah, this is how we did it earlier, Duke. Cardamom, the unmistakable flavor of the Middle East. Ah. These tiny cups don't last long. I should order another one. No. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, now we sleep, or yeah, we sleep now, I think. Excuse me, Mr. Snack, we've got a message for you. Shit. Okay, that's our shit. That's our message from what's her name? Aradine. Asking to meet me here at 11. So we'll go to Cook's. Can I help you, sir? Yes, he can help me. Sorry, I was lost in thought, Mr. Cook. Damn it. Come on. Oh, right, we need to go there later. We need to go there after meeting her. Do 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 do. Daughter of the Serpents speed run. Just don't jump down holes. Don't jump down random holes this time. Yeah, dingus. Money is no object. Now, this game's pretty sweet. I'm liking the, like, it doesn't have, like, an overall feel of horror necessarily, but then it's got these, like, intense scenes of necromancy and whatnot. We're good? I don't think that... Okay. We good? We're good. Do 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 do. Come back just before 6. There's no one I want to meet. There's no place I need to go to. So yeah, we'll just wait. Well, it's not so bad if we stumble into the deaths, just so long as I make sure to save it more regularly. The story and everything like that is pretty engrossing, so it was just like easy for me to get distracted. Plus, the language in this game isn't like for babies. There's lots of lore and procedure and she wants this now, right? Do 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 do. Ooh, we're getting a peek. Yes, wonderful, it's glorious. Let me out of this screen. Just one moment. Ba-da-dum-dum. Be-de-doo-doo-da. Do-do-do-do-do. Dee-da-boop-dee-doo-doo-dee-doo. Oh shit! What did we miss? Are you sure? I'd have thought you wanted to find out what it is. Yeah, alright, let's find out what it is. That was close. Splendid! We almost made a bad decision there. Camson, what's up? Yeah, it does. It does look interesting. This one's just a bit more interactive, a little less dry than pure text adventure. So I thought I'd give this a shot, and if it seemed compelling enough, maybe we'd go to Hound of Shadow some other time. All right, I gotta make sure to watch for the reds in this, because I clicked on a lot of the reds through this whole conversation. Oh, shit. I've got to make sure to click on all the reds, and then I proceed to skip one. Uh-huh, uh-huh. You don't say. Mm-hmm. Oh, shit. Yes. That person. And we skipped another one. Uh-huh. I see. Like Robin Hood. We're getting different dialogue here. The son of the great Ramses II and high priest of Ptah. At Memphis? Tennessee. Beep. Oh, shit. You're probably right. We're here to find out about this. Back to what we were saying, Professor. Well, I skipped something there that the copper said, but it doesn't seem to matter. It put us back on the dialogue track we were on before. The Golden Needle. Oh, I know what it was. It was. It would have been talking about the dude that got killed at the boat. The Snake Man. Definitely inconsequential, I think. Yeah, exactly. Extra informational stuff. Oh, shit. That was our chance to read a little bit more about some stuff that we missed earlier. The lamp's going haywire because a portal from another dimension is opening. Look at the professor. He's worried. Too good. A nub is here. All right, 3 months later. Am I all right? I didn't answer him. Okay, I went to the museum first. Nobody home. Nobody home. Nobody home. Do 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 do. Mein Gott! So 3 months have passed now since we saw the otherworldly being come through the portal. That's why everybody's so surprised. I'm just like, oh, I was just at the tomb. No big deal. We were at the museum the other night, right? And they're like, no. No, you've been missing for 3 months and the professor's dead. We're actually almost back to where we were. Hey Victus, what's happening? I don't know. What was the last thing that you saw? Some things have happened, but I died. So we need to rush back to where I died. Oh, just joined. Well, you've missed a lot then. Ancient gods trying to explode into our universe and bring ruin to all. Let's see, let's check my notes. You shall know what lies beyond. They wanted my soul. I must not think about it anymore. Its time approaches. No, I must not think about it. That was me that wrote that down. Okay, yeah, we book passage back to England. We book passage back to England, and then what did I do? I should save it now. Oh my god, look at all the lore here in this book. Look at all this stuff. This is all historical knowledge. This game went way way out of control with all this stuff. Yeah, somebody visited Alexandria before the game was made, apparently. So there's quite a bit of accuracy involved. My brain. Okay, that's what it'll be. My brain. I was gonna say, my brain is itchy. Itchy, scratchy. Oh, interesting. Well, I do kind of like how it moves the text along itself. It's like, if you take too long to consider something, they're just like, whatever, dude. Okay, do I sleep now? Is it bedtime? I better not go to bed yet. There's still things to do today. Okay. What was it that I needed to do? Is this where I go back to the cafe? Salam! And we've already been to the catacombs. Not much point going in there now. Yeah, totally. I agree, Duke. And honestly, that doesn't really make a lot of sense in a game like this, where there's no action. Most of it's dialogue, so I sort of like... It does give off a feeling of slightly more realistic interactions in the dialogue. Mr. Snack, this gentleman left a letter for you. A gentleman left a letter for you. Mr. Snack. Wait in the bar. Always wait in the bar. I wish I had a beer. Do 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 do. "24 minutes. We're not quite where we were yet, but we're pretty damn close." Yeah, I picked all the options with this lady. Oh, shit. Oh. I understand that memory may be painful, but please try to tell me what happened. Okay. We get our flashback. Yeah, totally. I was feeling that earlier when I mistakenly skipped through the moment where the inspector asks if we want to go to the museum or not. I wonder what would have happened there, because then we wouldn't have been involved in all of this. I wouldn't have gotten my brain scratched by the outer gods. Maybe that would have been better in the end. Nyarlathotep. Shit. Well, why should I be telling her about what the scroll said? She was the one who read it. She should understand it better than I. Do. Almost there. We rest here, then we go back to the we go back to the catacombs. She asked us to come back here in the morning. Don't tell anyone, but I'm really not a tourist guide. My brother got me this job. I don't even know the name of this place. How did I get here? Who am I? And then we go to the cafe. The best Egyptian band that's not from Egypt and has nothing to do with Egypt is definitely Nile. The best band is definitely Nile. Yeah, yeah. With such classic tunes as the fourth Ara of Dagon. The Hittite dung incantation. Yeah, permitting the noble dead to ascend to the underworld. That's a really good song. Yeah, who could forget the classic Masturbating the War God? That actually is one of my favorite Nile songs. Yeah, straight Cthulhu-y. This game is straight Cthulhu-y. Even more so, I would say, than Alone in the Dark. Like, they're actually, like, dropping names of the old gods and shit. Though, I guess, actually, Alone in the Dark did mention Cthulhu, like, much later on in one of the optional books. The superstitious believe that burial grounds are the haunt of ghouls and jinns. Well, I don't really want to take part in necromancy, but I ain't no bitch. So let's get in there and summon up some evil spirits. You want to come in instead of staying out here. Let's go in. I should have saved it before I did this and try and put in one of the different powders. One of the wrong powders. See what happens. By your spirit, by your soul, I command you. I command you, arise. Now take the black powder and sniff it. Ah, Al-Rashid. Not even a fat line for an old friend? And I think this is where my streetwise ability is kicking in real good, which is pretty cool. I get all these thought bubbles talking about drugs and stuff. Like I know all about it. Of course, it was drugs all along. It wasn't Nyarlathotep. Now, I waited here for a second, and I said something last time. So I'm just going to do that as well. That must be the door to the cellar. It's been broken open from the inside. You don't use scales like that in an office to weigh post. Someone's been weighing out drugs. So this is where we discover that they booked an order for 50 barrels of tomato sauce. And they only got 7 barrels of tomato sauce. And 900 pounds of... 900 pounds. 900 pounds of sandals. No, 99 pounds of sandals. We'll keep it. Shit. Individually, the papers are fine, but together they look like someone's trying to conceal something. That file must set out the arrangements for bringing drugs into Alexandria. Complete Yog Sothoth authory. We're just yogged right the fuck out. We've been yogged.
Straight yogging.
I know I had to go out for a yog this morning. I woke up and first thing I did was go for a yog. Zing. Okay, let's save it. Let's save it. We're back. My brain. I can feel it.
Your slats.
The scratching. The sound of gibbering.
Crom.
I have something to say. It's better to burn out than to fade away.
Hello, Chiro. What's happening? Welcome. I want to find the Atlantean blade down here, so I can
No rest, no
cleave
sleep like other man.
cleave down some old gods. Cleave them shoulder to groin. Eldritch horrors are... They're going well now, but we had to speed run back to this moment. It took us 2 hours to get here before, and we're currently at 36 minutes, because I jumped down this secret passage, and my brain exploded. Okay, truly now, we are back where we were. Let me give it one more save. The brain? My brain. Exit. Okay. How the... Yeah, be careful. Might be a big drop below. We need to find some way of getting down there safely. This rope! Damn it! Do I need to combine this rope with the other piece of rope that I have? That would be a little weird, but maybe that's what we need to do. This big... Big rope, small rope, yeah. This is the small piece of rope. This is the big piece of rope. Small ropes, big hopes. Come on, combined. I need the extra inch of rope to be able to climb down. Maybe I gotta tie it to something, yeah. Oh, hey, there we go. Shit. my bro's on it. What is this place? I saved it just before I tied the rope to the post. Just before. What is this place? Some sort of temple? There's meant to be no end of tunnels under the city. I heard a story once. In Syria, I think it was. Oh, my knowledge! My Egyptian lore is kicking in, I think. About the fat bride of Alexandria. Apparently the wedding procession was going down the street. A hole opened underneath her feet and she vanished. Never to be seen again. There's a corridor back here. Sweet. Yeah, I'm glad you're here, Duke, actually. Always fun to play through a new game with someone who's knowledgeable about it. In case of disaster. Retro World Order, thank you very much for the follow. Thoroughly explore the screen here. What's with this? What's with this hand like this? Does that mean that's like a sweet spot to give an item? Yeah. What could I give her? Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. What about this? You want this? Start giving her shit. Here, take all of my garbage. I wonder if I should have not done that, though. Strange. Strange that you can give her something on this screen. There's more of it ahead. I'm still fine, though. Yeah, it didn't seem like that stuff was particularly important. This could be where Al-Rashid found the sarcophagus, and those jars might have held scrolls. But this can't be a dead end. His killers must have come from somewhere. This looks like some sort of low tunnel here, mistress. The passage may continue beyond. But why almost block the corridor off at this point? Shall I try to go through it? He's gonna lose his mind. We must be on the right track, but we must also be careful. Whoever killed Al-Rashid might come back this way. Abdul! Yeah, the art style in the animation is very good. Abdul! The tunnel may have collapsed. We must see what has happened to him. What is that strange glow up ahead? Abdul's lantern. Ya Hafiz! Oh! His chest is ripped right open. Oh, protector, indeed. What did that to him? Back, quickly. I don't know. I think I want to stick around. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Back, I say. Whoever killed Al-Rashid must have set a trap, in case anyone followed him. Whatever it was, we didn't set off anything. And I couldn't see anything in the room. So it may be safe to go back and take another look. I was the one that wanted to stay. Abdul has become Abdead. What are those swirls of dust? Swirls of dust. Ugh, the poor devil. Take her necklace. Yahid Ya Mashum. Back, quickly. What? Back! Do you want to kill us both? What happened? Iron thou unlucky one. A charm against jinn. What was that you just said? A charm against jinn. Didn't you see? The dust was moving, but there's no breeze down there. Abdul was killed by an Ifrit. Not just a jinn, but a powerful and malicious one. I didn't see that. I was busy looking at the busted ribcage. The Vorish Sea revealed it to me dimly. A what? It's a gesture. When made by one with knowledge of the right spells, it will show something of things from the outside, in their true form. Some barrier must be imprisoning it, or we would have been attacked by now. We must find a way past it, but first I must see what is holding it. And for that, the Vorish Sig is not enough. I will need the powder of Imgazi. Oh, that's one of the skills. This was one of the skills that you can choose. Al-Rashid could not have escaped Abdul's fate without the powder. And neither could his killers. They must have had some. Do you have some? I hope you got some. Would be around here somewhere. Not right back near the cellar. Let's see if we can find it. How about this? Did I just did I just do it? Did I break it? What was in that jar you had just now? I don't know, I gave it to you. Take a closer look at it, would you? This one? Look at this cool bird jar. It's probably worth a fortune. What's in this jar you gave me? It is! It's the powder of Ibn Ghazi. But before we can use it, we'll need a blower of some kind. I think I see something right here. A pipe. We're gonna smoke some Ibn Ghazi powder. Shit. Like this one you gave me. Okay, so are we good to go? Here, take the powder. Okay, do we have to combine these items? I'll need to open the jar and put some powder in first. There we go. That's filled the blower. It's already filled with powder. Stop. Stop. Hold on to the rest of that just in case. Okay, come on. Let's go back to the other room. Now blow the powder. Look. The barrier encircles it, but does not touch the walls. We should be able to squeeze past if we're careful. Look at this guy. He's like, hey, you assholes, let me out. Let me out of here. Cool Efreet. We did it! But I must admit, I was worried while I was going past it. There must be something else ahead of us, but take care. Remember what happened to Abdul. If we see light ahead, I'll leave the lamp behind us. We can always pick it up on the way back. What's this? A pile of clothes, and modern ones at that. Left behind by the serpent people, perhaps? What do we have here? What do we have here? And a book. Read it. That's strange. That's how I've been able to read every other book, is to just take it over to the left side of the screen. Maybe we just can't read this one? Ibn Ghazi powder is just a Lovecrafty fake thing, not a real fake thing. Getting results for D&D and teen witchcraft. That's the same thing. Oh, she's way up there. All right, I suppose we move forward. Look at this. An altar. This looks like it contains more of the incense in the cellar that they used on Al-Rashid. Put it in the blower. 7 hitches. 1 for each of the boxes mentioned in the scroll. Niches. We found an eyeball on the last screen, along with a book I can't seem to read. The ibis-headed god must be Thoth. But who's the goddess? Isis? A solar disk, just like in the catacombs. A spirit door. Very different looking from the one in the museum. But it might be just as dangerous. You got nothing to say here, lady? Can't read this damn book. Look, see, if we grab a letter and I move it to the left side of the screen, we can read it easily. Do we need to use this eyeball on it? You can only read the book with the giant hieroglyphic eye. gonna save it. I don't actually see a spot where I could give her anything. So I guess that's not an option here. Got a solar disc, a spirit door, an altar, and 7 niches. Alright, let's try giving her the book here then. It's in Turkish, but I do a lot of business with
20 years
Constantinople,
of pitiless combat.
so that isn't a problem. It's Imran's notebook. Kamuran Imran. He was a Turkish schoolmaster and a keen alchemist. A lecherous old pig as well. But I shouldn't speak ill of the dead. I'm so soapy, what's happening? Hey, there's that new follower emote at work. He could have made that lens himself. He was good enough craftsman. Yeah, it actually shows up really well. I might keep it around. I just threw it up there. I had it kicking around. I'm like, why not? Just toss it up. See if it gets used. I got a bunch of emotes that I should do that with, where I just throw them up for a bit and then cycle them out. About the same time you arrived in Alexandria, he was killed coming off a boat from Turkey. Well, that's the guy. We know about that. That was from the intro. I sold Imran some of the first papyri that Al-Rashid brought me, but he wouldn't leave me alone, so after a while I told Al-Rashid to deal with him directly. If Al-Rashid was getting the papyri from the temple, he probably took him down there. But what was he up to? I must read the notebook and see if that tells us. Of course. That must be what happened. Imran had a theory that the Library of Alexandria was home to a lost masterwork of alchemy, and that fragments of it appeared in a distorted form in the teachings of mystery cults and the writings of later alchemists. He was always looking for traces of it. What Al-Rashid sold him must have contained fragments, if not more, of the Book of the Serpent Staff, which must have been brought here when the library was destroyed. One of the papyri told how to make the Eye of Thoth. That must be the lens. It would show when the stars were right. He couldn't know what that meant, but would have made the lens anyways when he wrote this. Or when he wrote this, he hadn't done that because he was still trying to work out the final part of the ritual to complete the process. The eye had to be offered to the lightless sun. Was that why it was here in the temple? Was he going to test this? So eye on the altar is what I'm guessing. Or not? I don't think we should stay here any longer. It's too dangerous. Let's go back to the cafe and think about what to do next. Ah. The lens is the key. I wonder if this is the screen that it kicks you out to when you die, if you just jump in the hole. I wonder if this is actually the screen. If only we can work out what it means to offer it to the lightless sun. Like, it gets confused. It confuses the death screen with another sequence or something. Or if it's supposed to just checkpoint you back when you were talking to her before you visit the office. Of course, the answer was staring at us in the face. A solar disk. There was one in the temple, above the spirit door. That's what Imran must have meant. That it has to be held up to a solar disk. But that will mean going all the way back to the temple. And the risks that involve. No, it doesn't. It didn't strike me as significant at the time, but there's a solar disk in the catacombs. It's a lot less risky trying the lens there. And if it works on one solar disk, it might work on all of them. The catacombs are closed now, and I must be careful about being seen in public. Do you want to go to the catacombs in the morning or risk the temple now? Well, my character himself just mentioned that we should try it at the catacombs before we do it at the temple, so I guess I should do that. And whatever its risks, the temple is the most likely place to try. Let's go. Okay, well. Yeah, she made up my mind. She's the leader. What? It's kind of a good game over screen. Okay, well, it gives us a chance to go to the catacombs first, and then maybe that'll put us on a different path where we don't have to try to figure out how to blow the powder there. So yeah, no big deal. I saved it just moments ago, but I am gonna take a short little break. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. See you guys then. Alright, I'm back. Just watch my save files not work.
Don't curse yourself like that.
Can you not load from the first screen? Maybe I should have been using save states. That's weird. You can't load from the main screen. It's okay, we can see the Turkish alchemist go down. Stabbed to death. He got double daggered. Double daggered by an evil serpent man. I love how after that sequence, you get this incredibly upbeat hotel lobby music. Da da ba ba dee doo da ba doo. Okay. I think this is before, yeah, this is before we gave her the, whoops. Before we gave her the book. So we need to go back. And we give her the book. Imran. Is her telling us to leave a timed thing? Yeah, there we go. She's just so chill when she gets back to her pad. She's like, let me splay out on my couch with all my pillows. We're gonna go to the temple. Oh no, wait a minute. Ah, damn it. It's the catacombs I wanted to go to. Wait! We needn't go as far as the temple. There's a solar disk over there. Go above the door. Solar disk. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting, eh? It's totally different when we chose to go here. I'm going to save it again. apparently that was not how I spelt the last save. Yeah, she didn't say that when she advanced it automatically. Solar disk. So, but how do we do it? If we walk over there, then we get caught by the djinn. Mustache. All right. Just mad clicking. Oh, there we go. What did the notebook say? It must be offered to the sun without light. Yeah, maybe we just need that little piece of dialogue before it'll work properly. Whoa! Oh, it's super big now. Oh! It's huge! Look at that. Ah, snakes in the eyes. What a cool animation. The great serpent is born! The stars must be right. It could be starting now, but how can we stop it? This whole thing started with the scroll. If we could get our hands on it again, we could destroy their sacred text. I agree. We'll never know how if they could have. We'll never know how if they could have done without the scroll. But for the Dark One himself to come for it, it must be vital in some way. Efreet are magical beings born of fire. It would be poetic justice if we could turn against them the demon of fire that they imprisoned. There's a chance that it's a djinn, of course. They are wild and powerful, but not evil by nature, as the Efreet are. See, I've got the Arab lore. I've got knowledge of Arab lore. Once it was trapped, it would not care who it killed, and might have thought we had come to taunt it. They are wary of humans, but creatures of their word. And if we can make a bargain with it, it may help us. Of course, if I'm wrong, and it is an Efreet, we will die. Okay. Will it reveal to... Oh, okay. Will it reveal itself to us? Hello! Hello, hi. I have a question to ask you. What bargain can the likes of you offer? One that you would do well to listen to. Threaten all you like. You cannot harm us while you're trapped in there. But we need your help. And you cannot help us either while you are caged. Why should I help those who did this to me? We did not do this to you, but we offer you a chance of revenge on those who did, and the chance to avert a great evil. We want you to go to the temple that is beyond this room and destroy the scroll in the golden case when it is brought there. What you do then is up to you. If we release you, do we have your oath that you will do it, and not do us any harm? I care nothing for your good and evil, but I will have revenge. I know the scroll of which you talk, and where it is kept, among another thing I know. For do not the jinn eavesdrop on heaven itself? You must kill the Daughter of Serpents as well, for she knows the most secret name, and that is in no book. By myself, I cannot do what you ask, for they have already overcome me and caged me here. But take that whistle that you have to the temple, and blow on it when the time is right. Then I will come, and bring my brethren, and they shall know our wrath. Now release me. I release thee. Quick now. We must get to the temple before it's too late. She's totally going to be the Daughter of Serpents. It's gonna be the twist. I feel like that's always a common trope. Get the person who's really close to you that you've developed a bond and then have them flip on you. Well, now what? Do we go to the temple now? Oh yeah, there we go. Now pray that the jinn keeps his word.
It's the last crusade, bro.
And blow the whistle. Kalima! Kalima! Oh, there's the daughter. Oh, shit! Get him, Jin! Oh, he burns them all alive. That's amazing. Well done, Mr. Snack. We have done it and lived to tell the tale. Although who would believe us if we told them? The world will never know how close it came to the abyss, but we do. Now all I have to do is persuade Cameron that I didn't kill Al-Rashid. And I wonder, what would have happened if we had done things differently? Huh. GG. Wow. Interesting. And they like just totally tease a different ending there. It was about an hour and a half. I mean, we skipped a ton of the dialogue there because we had to chase it back. So really it was probably more like 3.5 hours. Yeah. Or if we just waited. Maybe if we waited, we would have gotten... Maybe something else would have happened. 5 or 6 endings and some wild shit. That's out of control. Yeah, is that an ending that you've seen before, Duke, or no? We made a bargain with a djinn. That's pretty cool. He just came and roasted all the cultists. That's how you deal with a crazed Cthulhu end of the world cult. Yeah, for sure. I don't mind spoilers at all. After we beat it once now, it'd be interesting to see if we can get another one. Without having to play through from the beginning anyways. I don't know if I'm up for that. Death Money, thanks for the follow. What? What? A Serpent Man planet? Guts Hell Dimension. Oh, man. How do we get there? I want to get to the Guts Hell Dimension. Let me go put this dirty plate in the sink. I'll be right back. Fucking Serpent Planet. Yeah. Well, that actually wasn't half bad eating that. Just the meat with the lettuce. I like that mayonnaise a lot. Yeah. Oh, bro, I'm gone drinking all my pot. Got no milk either.
Milk's so good at it this morning. Angela Lansbury died today, bro.
What happened?
Angela Lansbury died?
Angela Lansbury.
Where she wrote.
Oh. All right, sorry about that. Just put a dirty plate in the sink and grab some water. Can end up doing all the later half stuff working with Cameron instead. Oh, that's interesting. I gotta kill this timer. I think I'm pretty happy with not working with the coppers, but that would have been cool too. And the Jin segment just doesn't happen if you don't have the knowledge to identify it. You and Cameron just waltz right in. Guns blazing? That would have been sweet. And there's an ending where it's just Cult is killing people and there's no mystic stuff at all. Damn. So I wonder what I did that focused me with Aradine instead of Cameron. Because I was working with Cameron before. You'd think that the game would have prioritized him over the chick I almost got thrown in jail. Oh, maybe I could have taken the letter that I received from Aradine to Cameron. And been like, look, I've been contacted by this chick. I think character skills matter as far as dialogue goes. Yeah. Maybe some of the skills open up different endings and stuff as well. Like, is there some stuff we can do off of those saves we already have? Yeah, that just seems like the logical path, right? Like that's the way that the game sort of tugs you along. Yeah, exactly, right? Like generally speaking, you know, you're here to experience the adventure. So when somebody says, "Hey, do you want to go do the thing?" You're like, "Yes, I do," because otherwise, why the fuck am I here? But it's always fun when you have a game that doesn't stop you from saying no, and it doesn't stop the game when you say no, I should say. The classic, but thou must. A dating sim, and you get to date the Daughter of Serpents. What a babe. Man, I want to get to the Guts planet. Do 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 do. Well, let's see if I can do something different with the two saves that we have. I should totally do that. Just refuse to partake.
Turning around and just going back out the door?
No, but apparently you do get a different ending if you at the beginning, if you talk to the professor guy, that sort of puts you on this whole journey, and you just say no. You can just hop a boat and get the fuck out of Egypt.
Nice.
Release him! You fool! It's too late. They have summoned him. The Dark One is here. We're doomed. Oh, that just gives us the death sequence. So I bet you that means if we go to the cultist gathering and we don't use the flute or the whistle or whatever, the blower, then I should start using save states for just for the convenience of this. So we don't have to go through the goddamn intro every single time. CD music is worse. That's usually not the case. I'm gonna save state it after we get through the intro so we don't have to go through this again. Yeah, all I read about it is that you weren't able to make your character in the CD version, and that instantly made me not want to play that one. It doesn't even give you the alternate endings, eh? I wonder if the two paths that it does give you are like very full though. Do 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 do. Okay, let's save state this. Okay, so the other thing I want to try is going to the cult and then not blowing the whistle, but I'm guessing that's just going to be a game over. But I think, like, in my head, I'm like, maybe there's just a different way to interact with the cult after that. But I feel like I'm like 80% sure that this particular save is locked into the ending that we already got. Sugar cookie? Oh shit. Release him. Now, blow the whistle, you fool, it's too late. They have summoned him. The Dark One is here, we're doomed. It doesn't have the Guts planet. Well, that's sounds like the ultimate ending. What's the hotkey for that? Alt F9, okay. Do 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 do. So what about from this one? Could we do anything different from here? There is one thing I guess we could do different, and that's go to the catacombs. But I don't know if that'll make any difference. Oh, the CD version has voice acting. Go to the catacombs. Okay, we're back out into the world map now, so maybe we can, I don't know, take this information to the cops as well. Maybe we can just hop the boat. I'll try to interact with a bunch of stuff. Any mail? Do 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 do. Anything in my room? Oh, I can sleep. Gotta have a rest while the world is ending. Branch if you use the eye immediately at the temple, but isn't that what we did? Yeah, I think that's what we did the first time is we just went straight to the temple. Now we're going to the catacombs. I want to see if we can talk. Oh, we can talk to Cameron.
Prime laps with your 4 wins.
He doesn't have anything to say, though. Janky Toe, what's happening? Dude, check this out. Oh, I'm gonna totally, like... I'm gonna lock myself out of... Yeah. Deleted. Got any cool, cool new... diary entries? The name was on the spirit door, the door through which he came, Nyarlathotep. Nothing happens with the coppers. The stars are right. Can only mean that the time is nigh. I'd better tell Ariandi what happened. Oh yeah, the map. No, still can't interact with this dude. So I'm pretty sure I'm like completely locked into the ending that I've already gotten. I do have one earlier save though. Where's the brick? Before you go back to Ariandi's place, instead of go to the temple, you can use the eye immediately after giving her the book at the temple beforehand. Oh, I see. Captain Quality, thank you for the follow. Yeah, and that continues on with the It does give a bit of extra dialogue, though, discussing the Ifrit. Or the Jinn, or whatever the hell it is. Is it just cycling through the same dialogue over and over again here? We're in an endless loop. All right, well, there's an ending. An ending of sorts. I forgot already. Alt F9. An ending of sorts. Okay, well let's use the eye immediately then. If that branches, if that gives us a branching path, let's do that. Okay, so we go in. There we go. Take me to the guts planet. The great serpent is born, the stars are right. Could happen any time now. How can we stop it? Destroy their sacred text. All along. That niche would hold the sarcophagus we saw, but it's empty. But that must be where Al-Rashid found it. But there's no sign of it now. There must be more to this temple than this. Al-Rashid's killers must have come from somewhere, and besides, the air is fresh in here. Wait a minute, what's that? It sounds like people are approaching. Quickly, back into the tunnel. Jessica Hot Jams, what's happening? Welcome. It's quieter in there now. I think we can risk taking a look. We can forget trying to seize the scroll. We'd be torn limb from limb if we tried now. Brute force won't work. Brute force always works. We need to fight fire with fire. We need magic. The Ifrit. The Ifrit, though. It's just going back to the Ifrit. What's the expression? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Well, let's try our luck. Remember, we must not release it until we have its word. Son of Fire, we offer you a bargain. Will you reveal yourselves to us? It is giving us different dialogue at the very least. Let's look at this cool ending again, at least. That's one way to put an end to the evil machinations. Alright. Let's see where that earlier save takes us. Oh, right, it was before we jumped in the hole. This is just before we went in the hole. This might be too far on as well, though. I can't leave. Abdul! Can I just manipulate these items now before she tells me how to use them? Oh shit, I just gave her the blower. Whoops! Give it back. Yeah, I think that screwed us out of, we're just gonna die now, because I lost that item. Well, it looks like if I want a different ending, I'll probably have to just start again from the beginning. Yeah, let's just go from the beginning. Which would actually be there. God damn it. Timothy Lamp here. Welcome. Thank you very much for the follow as we discover some different endings here in Daughter of Serpents. Very, very cool game. Ouch! Fucking... Gah. Damn onk! I'm blaming the onk. No. Very well then, I'll let you know when I hear from Cairo about the permit. I hope you enjoy Alexandria in the meantime. I'll just start visiting places, various places, I guess. Go get a drink at the cafe. Cup of coffee in the morning. Yeah, let's order another one. Delicious, my good man. Do 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 do. We'll have a little sleep. Oh, I should have the timer going. Oh, look at this guy. Excuse me, sir. Are you Mr. Solid Snack? That's right. Compliments of Bimbashi Cameron. He said I was to ask you to come with me to his office. He did not tell me what for. Do you want me to tell him that you could not come? The police are not usually so accepting of refusing an offer to come into the station. Very well, let's go. The game decided for me there. Bimbashi Cameron. Professor spoke to me about manuscript smuggling. Well, I've made an arrest yesterday afternoon. A Greek woman called Eridine Elitis. That's still difficult for me to read and say for some reason. So this is totally different. She was in possession of a remarkable scroll and case, which I'm going to take over to the museum tonight. The professor seems quite excited by what I've told him about it, and was sure that you would want to see it as well. I'll pick you up this evening on my way through. Ariadne. I think I was saying Ariadne or something to begin with. Ariadne. So now we're in a buddy cop movie, I bet. This is probably the buddy cop playthrough. I feel like all of this is going to be largely the same. I'm not familiar with any of this. I'm just a vagabond traveling through. Yeah, this all looks the same as when we first went through. Sure, tell the professor about the snake people at the dock. So then you can skip this spot. It seems like you can not be involved in all of this if you help the cops arrest Ariadne.
Prescribed, because, like I said, they only give out 2 weeks worth of medication at a time. This looks like it, though.
Yeah. Snack. Mein Gott. Uh-huh. This is all the same. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. If you start as a mystic or demonologist, you actually get a letter to visit Ariadne first. Yeah, that's quite a bit different. So if I just go back to Cook's, then I could probably just hop on the boat and get the hell out of here, right? I actually meant to go back to the police station. Whoops. Oh, it's not on my map anymore. Huh. I went to Cook's, yeah. Oh, Mr. Snack, an Arab gentleman has left this for you. That's the letter from Ariadne. Okay, here we go. What? Very well, let's go then. There was no dialogue there. He just showed up, and I'm like, okay, let's go. Hello, Mr. Snack. I'm Bimbashi Cameron. I understood the... Oh, oh, interesting. There was some... The game got confused. Now we're back here. Nyarlathotep has already infested our mind. We're stuck in this hell, repeating the same day. It's Groundhog Day. That's crazy. That's crazy. It looped for some reason. Look, the feet are there. Can I just... Let me get the hell out of here. Yeah, Bimbashi's place isn't available anymore. Do 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 da do 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 dee da. Da da dee da wa 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 da ba ba dee do dee dee da ba boo doo. Yeah, for sure, Duke. Okay, police station still isn't on the map. It's interesting. He says he can't help us at the moment. Just overwrite our old save. We don't need to see the Ifrit ending again. Do 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 do. Interesting that we can't explore the museum at all. Oh, it did it again. It's all busted. This is the weird path where the game gets all confused. Ah, interesting. Alright, let's try skipping through this and not telling her the information I know. Perhaps the professor inadvertently read the spell out loud. He couldn't have. We didn't know the most secret name of Thoth. Besides, the spell of summoning was to bring about the end of the world. Okay. Then if you didn't do it, who did? No, that isn't it. What did I say? What did it say in the scroll? I should have spent more time reading it. Okay, and then it goes back on to dialogue we've seen already. Such a dreadful cost. Why is it so important to get the scroll back? Was it something to do with that phrase in the scroll, when the stars are right? I don't know. I would have to see if over the last 3 months there have been any significant events in the stars. Okay, yeah, no, that's back on to a dialogue path we've gotten. So we'll try to visit the police now and tell her that we found her. Tell them that we found her. Hopefully that's an option. Otherwise, we're just on the same track again. Oh, God. Oh, here we go. Now we've got a chance. Tell her where she's hide. Oh, shit. Oh, God damn it! No! Oh, this shit again. Do 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 do. That's what you get for taking too long to make the decisions. I'll save it just before I sleep, because I do actually kind of want to check both of those dialogue options. I feel like one just deflects the whole Ariandi situation. Nothing new or important in this conversation. Okay. See what the cops have to say. I wonder if it's loading it from the save state that's like breaking the game. How's the investigation getting on? We've not made any progress yet, I'm afraid. And that's that. Now I bet you anything if we sleep again, it'll just take us back to the police station. Oh, no. There we go. Oh, it's so fucked. No. Only gives us one chance to, only gives us one chance to tell him the location Of the witch. I know where Ariandi is hiding. She contacted me yesterday. She's in a secret room, a secret cellar room beneath the Gardens of Paradise Cafe. Hidden under the cafe. Alright then. I'll teach her to try and make me look like an idiot. You stay here, and I'll take a couple of men over there. I'll be back as soon as I can. I guess the other thing would be also maybe not partaking in the necromancy. Maybe she'll like die without my help, and that might change things. Well, that's one mystery cleared up. At least I know where she's been all this time. Still, she hasn't confessed to anything. Just kept babbling about the stars being right, and something terrible happening if it's not stopped. But I've got a good enough case to charge her on anyways. It might also explain what happened to you when you were missing. I doubt that she would have kept you at the cafe. That's a bit close to home. But once we had searched the warehouse, we never bothered going back there again. She may have bargained on that, and kept you there. If you were drugged as well, it isn't surprising that you don't remember it. Let's go over there and take a look. Yeah, this is the buddy cop. We're on the buddy cop track now. We turned this place upside down, and most of the stuff here had drugs hidden in it. They must have got rid of the rest of the material and been in the process of parceling up the drugs for sale. Anyways, let's take a look at the cellar. That's just the evidence of drug smuggling. Doors open. Nasty. That must have been the chair they tied him to. And that's where the cut rope comes from. I wonder what that pile of ash is. Fibers stuck in the ground. That's probably from the large coil of rope. But I can't understand why that's down here. From the looks of it, Al-Rashid cleared everything else out of the cellar, but left the rope. I wonder why. To access the secret passage. No? Be careful. Might be a big drop. There we go. What is this place? Some sort of temple? There's meant to be no end of tunnels under the city. I heard a story once in Syria about a fat lady falling through the street. Alright. In we go. There's more of it ahead. It's not a dead end, sir. The corridor continues round here. We must be on the right track, but we must also be careful. Oh, there's no dust or anything like that. There's no blower. Whoever killed Al-Rashid might come back this way. What is that strange glow up ahead? We're just charging right on in. We better keep moving. With somewhere as old as this, there's always a danger that the whole thing could collapse at any time. It even looks different down here. Let me save it again. Black Mem, thank you so much for the follow. We might get killed by an Ifrit right here. Nope. The Ifrit doesn't exist in this storyline. They haven't trapped an Ifrit here. What's this? A pile of clothes, and modern ones at that. So we still got the eye and the diary. Belongs to someone named Cameron Imran. Now, where have I heard that name before? That's it, the docks. But what's this doing here? Come on, back to the office. I need to think about this. Before I tell you what was in the notebook, take a look at this file. Autopsy report. The immediate cause of death was initially assumed to be acute trauma from 2 penetrating bullet wounds to the upper chest, but autopsy examination caused this to be revised. The primary cause of death was in fact heart failure due to ruptured acute myocardial infarct. Proximate cause of death, unknown cardiovascular stimulant. Method of ingestion also unknown, but possibly connected with minor lesion in region of sternum. Squamous areas of skin on back, shoulders, forearms, legs, and head were not a contributory cause of death and were probably due to psoriatic condition. The excessively pointed dentition of the subject could have been due to filing of the teeth, extensively practiced by some Aboriginal peoples, or birth defects. The anomalous slit-pupilled eyes described by witnesses were not observed at autopsy due to post-mortem relaxation of the eye muscles. Neither this nor point 3 above can be confirmed by further examination, as the body was buried immediately after autopsy. And this is an autopsy of Al-Rashid. The laboratory of the government chemist has been unable to identify the toxin causing the death of this subject. Circumstantial evidence, the extent of rigor mortis, indicates that it had produced tetanic spasms, and that but for the ligatures employed, science talk, have occurred, but with strychnine or similar convulsive alkaloid poisons have been eliminated. Method of administration appears to have been through punctured wounds about 1.5 inches apart from the left upper forearm. Minor abrasions and punctures to the opposite surface of the arm do not appear to have contributed to this respect. The relatively blunt nature of the instrument used rules out the hypodermic needle. Analysis of the substance found partially burned near the body confirms that it is of vegetable origin and contains a highly complex mixture of psychoactive alkaloids, not all of which have been positively identified. Substantial portions of it were made up of the hyoscyamus henbane, I guess, it's some kind of herb, containing the alkaloid hyoscyamine, water hemlock, and opium poppy, containing at least 20 alkaloids containing... Okay, yeah. Induce hallucination, delirium, and stupefaction. Inhalation in a confined space, especially in combination with the effect of other toxins, would be sufficient to cause asphyxia, indicated in the initial autopsy report as the cause of death. And we came across the murder room where that happened. That's where we dropped down the hole. Okay. So I looked at it. According to the records, you came into Alexandria on the SS Dacia. Do you remember an incident while you were disembarking? Yes, I do. The stabbing on the dockside. Oh, yes. It's only the last 3 months I don't remember. That letter you read just now was about the autopsy report on the killer. The notebook belonged to the victim, Kamran Imran. According to his passport, he was a Turkish teacher, but judging from his notebook, he was obsessed with the study of alchemy and with reconstructing a lost masterwork, the Book of the Serpent Staff. Oh, I know. Yeah, well, we do know about it because of the interaction with the professor close to the beginning. The scroll at the museum, aye, that's right. Imran seems to have only discovered fragments of it, second or even third-hand copies, but we know that the original has survived. And when the professor translated some of it, he spoke of a hybrid race, half human, half serpent. I'd call that a pretty fair description of whatever killed Imran.
Nobody will fight me!
It's lizard men. It seems amazing that nobody's come across them before. But you could hide an army in that labyrinth we discovered. And maybe many of them could pass for human. The question is, why did they kill Imran? If that was their temple that he found, then any unbeliever who trespassed in it might incur the death penalty. Something like going into a mosque with your shoes on, but 10 times worse. It all starts to make a strange sort of sense. We know Imran was buying manuscripts, and that Ari Andi and Al-Rashid were selling them. If Al-Rashid was getting them from the temple, which seems likely, then he may have taken Imran there and came back later himself to steal the golden sarcophagus that the elitist woman had when we arrested her. The scroll, the Book of the Serpent Staff, seems to be their sacred text. They must have followed Al-Rashid's trail back to the warehouse, broken out of the cellar and captured him, used drugs and poisoned him to find out what he had done with the scroll, and finally caught up with him at the museum. That wouldn't be too hard. There was plenty of gossip about what happened at the hotel, and I made no secret of where I was going. The shock of seeing them was too much for the professor. But they took you back with them and held you down there until you managed to escape. Should I tell him what really happened at the museum? Yes, let's tell him what really happened. That's not what happened at the museum. After you left, the professor continued translating the scroll for a while, and then suddenly we got attacked by an evil god. So if I didn't tell him that, I wonder if that's the ending Duke was talking about, where it just turns out to be evil killer cult, and that's it. But that doesn't really totally make sense because this already happened to us. So if there's one pathway that's going to make this all just about evil killer cult, it would be the one where we're not involved in reading the scroll. Because then we wouldn't see all of this. Once you see this scene, I think it probably puts you on track for an otherworldly experience. The next thing I remember, or rather want to remember, was standing in the catacombs. Then I discovered that 3 months had passed. You must have been hallucinating. We know that they used drugs on Al-Rashid. They probably used them on you at the museum, and during the 3 months that they held you. That would account for the amnesia as well. How very practical. From all that's been going on lately, and the importance they attach to getting the scroll back and the case, I'd say they're preparing for some great ceremony, or perhaps even for their millennium. And they may have intended to use you as a sacrifice, if only we knew precisely when it was going to be. Where does the lens fit in? The fragments of the book that Imran had managed to trace, mostly it seems as passages and other manuscripts, contained instructions for making something called the Eye of Thoth. Lasagna! Delicious lasagna. So we're on the buddy cop trail here. We went down into the catacombs with the cop, but no Ifrit, and we backed out before we saw the altar. So we've come back to the police station. He's shown us autopsy reports of the serpent people, and he thinks that it's like mutant serpent people that's doing all of this. And it has nothing to do with otherworldly outer gods or anything like that. So I told him that it was about outer gods, and he thinks I've just been drugged. And that's probably not the case, and it's totally mutant lizard people. So we'll see where this goes. If so, it might tell us where this cult planned to hold their great ceremony. But how? I can't see anything written on it. I think this is the ending you were talking about, Duke, where it just goes to... it just ends up being like a cult, an evil cult that's killing people. According to his notebook, he still had to complete something or other, offering it to the lightless sun, or whatever the mumbo-jumbo was. Maybe there was something in the temple that he needed. Perhaps you have to shine a light through the lens to see an inscription. It's worth a try anyways. Come on, let's go. The lens might be the key. If only we could work out what it means to offer it to the lightless sun. Well, we already know. A solar disk, look! There's one above the temple. That's a sun which gives no light. His assistant is just like, what the hell? This shit is fucked. Alright, let's offer up the eye. It works! The stars are right. That must mean the ceremony could happen any time now. Looks like it contains more of the incense in the cellar. Some of that good stuff. After you left the museum, the professor translated more of the scroll. It said that when the stars were right, she who is Isis, that must be their high priestess, would use the spell of summoning to call Thoth. That would be their great ceremony. But if we destroyed the scroll, she couldn't use the spell. That's a good idea. But the scroll case we want isn't down here. And when it is, the cult will be here as well. How do we get the scroll without meeting the same fate as Imran? This place smells of all sorts of unpleasant things. but there's a whiff of incense in the air as well. That stuff in the cellar was theirs. And if we could find some more of it, we could put it in the braziers. When they lit it for the ceremony, it might slow them down enough for us to hold our breath and dash in and get the scroll. Try looking around. It must be here somewhere. Looks like it's in this box over here. Quickly then, put some in all the braziers. We're just gonna get the cultists really high. This is the groovy ending. Right, now that's done. Let's wait at the back of the cavern and see how long it takes before they turn up. You better hope that incense does its job. Or that lot down there will tear us limb from limb. Are you ready? Let's go! Burn the scroll, Snack! Snatch. Nice. Oh, shit! And the temple collapses. Well, I think we've seen the last of them. Whoever they were, it's just as well, because I wouldn't fancy making an official report of all this. In any case, who would believe it? When all the evidence is buried now. We need some lethal weapon saxophone. We need some lethal weapon saxophone for me and Cameron. But did you see what happened when Burn the Scroll? Ugh. Ugh. So he's Scottish. You've been reading too much Rider Haggard? I think we must have caught a whiff of the incense ourselves. Maybe, but how did he know what I saw when I hadn't told him? Well, there we go. Another mysterious ending that doesn't feel like fully complete. I was kind of hoping it was going to be the one where we just run in there and shoot the priestess in the head. How do I get that one? This game's out of control. It's too bad. That would have been good. Charge! Well, it's pretty fun chasing endings in this game. It took about 40 minutes to get that one. Duke, do you remember how to get to the Guts planet? Oh man, I want to go see the Guts planet. Make a full mystic dude? Let's do that. Let's try making a character. This chick looks pretty mystical. June 6th. A young mystic. Lady. Lady Fancy Butt. Okay, her profession is ritual magic. And she'll be completely clairvoyant. She knows everything before it happens. You can re-roll with reassess, okay. Yeah, corrupt knowledge, what a skill. Since she's she's Lady Fancy Butt, we've got to give her some savoir-faire and wealth. She knows how to handle herself in social situations. There we go. We're familiar with corrupt knowledge as well, and maybe we'll get a little bit of Seal of Solomon in there. Very good mystic. A regular Jean Grey. Lady Fancy Butt, you adapt easily to new surroundings, are reasonably well educated, have a pragmatic nature, you look for rational explanations, are conscious of strange forces around you, and possess a shrewd and astute mind. You've studied and practiced ritual magic, have independent means which allow you to pursue your interests, instinctively know the right way to behave in social situations, and sometimes have glimpses of things which have not yet happened. You have delved deeply into forbidden lore, and you bear the Seal of Solomon. There she is, Miss Fancy Butt. Where is she? Do do do. Good Lord! He's been attacked by a snake man. Do-do-do-do-do-do. So we got a different letter. Ah, good morning, Lady Fancy, is it not? We've been expecting you. I am Emil Gruber, the manager. I have a letter here, which was left to await your arrival. Dear Lady Fancy, I have received a letter from our mutual acquaintance, Mr. Roland Marcus of Museum Street in London, in which he speaks highly of you as a serious scholar in the occult arts, and says that he has suggested you. He has suggested you to call on me during your visit to Alexandria. I would be happy to see you as soon as you would like once you have arrived in Alexandria, and suggest that in the first instance we meet at my office. If you are unfamiliar with the city, the hotel staff will be able to direct you to it. Yours faithfully. So there you go. Yeah, different letter. Roland should already have written to Ariandi. Check the hotel for post on arrival. He recommended E.M. Foster's guide. Try to obtain a copy and find out how much of the old city still survives. Spend 2-3 days in Alexandria and then by train to Cairo. Professor Gascan. Yeah, this game is really slick with many multiple endings. We've already done a full playthrough of it, but we're just kind of chasing different endings and stuff now. Dibworm, what's up? Do 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 do. I have to find a company office, Emil, in Rue Sharif Pasha. Where is it? Only 2 or 3 minutes walk from here, Lady Fancy. It's easy to find, but I'll show you and can mark it on your map. Lady Fancy. Elitus. Welcome to Alexandria, Lady Fancy. Roland said in his letter that he thought we would have much in common, so I'm delighted to meet you. What brings you to Egypt? Maybe the same thing that brought you here, where great magic has been done in the past. Much may still be learned today. This city has a long tradition of magic. Ah, Egypt. It may truly be said of it, that is not dead, which can eternal lie. That got quoted a whole bunch in Alone in the Dark as well. And with strange eons, even death may die. Oh, we're finishing each other's sentences. This is the real team. I don't know though. I kind of liked pairing up with the cop and drugging a bunch of cultists and watching them like melt. That was pretty sweet. My corrupt knowledge paying off. This game's sweet. This game's really cool.
Lady Fancy Butt.
Lady Fancy Butt. Astral Vortex, what's happening? Hell yeah. Well, this is a pretty chill game. This is a pretty chill game, but I'm desperate to find the legendary Guts ending. The one that came before this, the other game that Eldritch Games made. It's like Shadow of the Hound or something. Hound of Shadow, something like that, yeah. Okay, so who did you say got the guts ending, Duke? Maybe they got a VOD of it. Got a VOD of it. Whoa, there's me. Hippolito Picardio, what a name. Well, that's a shame. This is certainly a game to be enjoyed. A nice, relaxed play. I mean, just about every game that I've actually, I think every game I've streamed has been a blind playthrough, so I have no fucking clue what I'm doing either. And, I'm generally pretty strict on myself anyways, of what sort of hints I'll take in and stuff, but we already beat the game. Twice now. So I certainly don't mind, exploring and trying to find this, this sacred guts ending. The sanctified guts ending. It is pretty text heavy, that's for sure. There's a lot of videos here. I'm just scrolling through, seeing if I can find a VOD of, Oh, the cards are at the place?
Well, they didn't tell me because there's something in the system made them think that they were supposed to ship.
That's fucking dumb.
Yeah.
What? So, how long have they been there, did they say?
No, but I would imagine
Today? Or unless they came in on Saturday?
well, yeah, that's
Like, I would have called them the day after. Sorry, my bro and we ordered some cards for this ancient Middle-earth card game we like to play. And we've been waiting to go and pick them up from the store. And we've been waiting for like 4 days. So apparently they've just been sitting there waiting for us. Even though they were supposed to email us.
He did say that they got it.
Alright.
Alright, let's select our character.
So, let's just try and see what kind of character he played as, and then some of the divergence that he made. We've got a good concept of where things will take a turn. So... Oh, did he already pick a character? I missed what kind of character he picked. occultist. So he went in with an occultist. Now, presumably, every type of character could access every ending, but maybe this is the kind of thing only an occultist could access. Traveling to another world. He gets the letter to go and visit what's her name. So there he is visiting her. And then he went to the museum. Oh, interesting. And there's things to interact with here at the museum. With my main character that I made, I wasn't able to interact with anything in the museum. So this is different right here. Oh, interesting. In the CD-ROM version, the scroll, you can walk around the exhibits. Got himself some coffee. So far, I'm not really seeing anything that would change the story too much. The coppers come in, get the scroll, and is he going to go? Yeah, he went to the museum, and he got spoken to by the god. Okay, 3 months have passed. Three months has passed, and he went back to Ariandi. He went back to Ariandi. Told the whole story. Went back to the catacombs first. Oh yeah, because she told him to go back to the catacombs and then come back in the morning. So then, the necromancy, which he did. And then he killed himself. Back down into the pit. This is all looking like the same stuff I did on my first run. Whoops. What the fuck? It changed. What changed? She knows the most secret name. So you need a skill. You need a skill to access this. That's what it is. You think that's going to be corrupt knowledge? Because this is exactly the same. Okay, I gotta give this guy a follow because he's helping us out here. Hippolito Picardio followed. Well, no, wait a minute. That is the same dialogue I got. He's talking about the Daughter of Serpent. Take the whistle you have to the temple. Oh, this is all the same still so far. What? What? Okay, I don't want to spoil this. I need to find out where the change was. There's a spirit door open. How did that happen? Oh, I know, it's killing me. It's killing me, and I don't want to watch anything after that because it's just going to spoil the ending for us, and it's not going to give us the answers we need anyways. So mysterious. Everything looks the same. Oh, this is so crazed. He did go to the catacombs, though. Dude totally stumbles into, like, the best fucking ending. Oh, that's different. Was that different? That might have been different. I don't remember going down the hallway. I don't remember seeing that perspective. Okay, no, never mind. I'm tripping. Yeah, maybe. So up to that point, let's see, up to that point, the only thing different is that he talked to Ariandi at the office and then was able to interact with objects back at the museum, which I was not. Sits down with the coffee, wanders around a little bit. Then she gets nabbed, gets the whole scroll interaction. And that's like just regular shit. That's just normal, regular shit. What's this letter? Okay, that's the letter to go and visit her. Because it's just so, everything is so close to the same. It had to have just been some minor difference. Some very small minor difference. This is her saying, go to the catacombs in the morning. So he went to the catacombs, which you can do nothing at. And then he went and visited her again. A little bit of extra dialogue. It could just simply be something like you need to be an occultist to be able to get such like a otherworldly. Never heard of Yugoth. Does the spirit say anything different? Ultimo, what's happening? Welcome. We're trying to discover how to get this this really interesting ending in this game. We've already beaten it a couple of times now. Okay, and then he just dies down in the catacombs. Very strange. Doesn't look like he did any kind of weird time changes or anything like that. So what about the eye? Did he do something different with the eye here? They looked at the notebook. And they went to the temple. And then she went and used the eye at the catacombs. All right. Well, I don't know. I think it's just going to take a certain level of exploration on our part to be able to do that. Give me 1 second. I got to talk to my brother here. So, when does this place close? About 15 minutes. Okay. So I gotta go. We can't pick up the cards I was just talking about today. That's gonna have to be tomorrow. So that means we've got time to try another run on this. Now, I wonder if I should re-roll this character with better occult stats, or if we could just keep going with what we have right now. 'Cause I did give her quite a bit of occult, but I put most of her knowledge into clairvoyance and not corrupt knowledge, which I feel like is probably the key stat to have. Yeah, maybe let's re-roll this character. Just restart the whole thing. Thank you, Hippolito Picardio, for the good playthrough. Even though we couldn't find the clear knowledge we needed. We'll try our best to retrace some steps and see if we can get to the lizard person planet Yugoth. So we should be able to just re-roll fancy, right? Re-examine skills? Is that it? Doesn't seem like you can re-roll the skills. Alright, let's just kill this character and we'll make her again. June 6th. The 25-year-old lady fancy butt. Adapt easily to new surroundings, are reasonably well educated, have pragmatic nature, look for rational... That doesn't sound like an occultist to me. Educated at university, have a pragmatic nature, look for rational explanations, and have had experience of strange forces. That one sounds like she's got a pretty sturdy head on her shoulders. She's pragmatic and rational. That might actually keep you sane as you experience all these out-of-control experiences. So astrology would actually help, because it would give you not you, oh, you can't back out. Well, I guess we're an astrologist, or an occultist anyways. Let's put all those points into astrology, right? Because we're trying to get to another planet. So maybe it had something to do with that. We'll get into some ritual magic. Delis, what's up? So we've got high level of corrupt knowledge. And we'll get our astrology up there as well. If you're wondering about the game time, we've beaten this already a couple of times, but we're just about to start another playthrough for another ending, so I'll start the game timer here pretty soon. Okay, so we've got astrology. And we've got corrupt knowledge. What else do you think we should take? Sentient, what's happening? Yeah, this is Daughter of Serpents. Got the lore there on the scroll. It's like a cosmic horror Cthulhu kind of game. There's the man himself right there. What else should I take? I guess I probably shouldn't split off into another career. I don't even know if we've got enough points for that. Seal of Solomon, whatever that does. Maybe some more necromancy might help.
Necromancy always helps.
I don't know. I don't know what to go for. I should probably just pick something and whatever. Maybe give her some clairvoyant skill. I have not gotten all 5 pages yet to Sentient. I was going to actually do some 1cc's after I beat this game, but now I've gotten trapped by Daughter of Serpents because this game has a bunch of crazy branching pathways and different endings, and it's all very interesting. Yeah, that's the only secret I'm missing. That and the 1cc. But I think you need to probably 1cc to get the last page. I'm not sure about that. But that's my best guess. Yeah, game's awesome. Macaw really did a good job. God damn it. I'll be clairvoyant. We'll give ourselves a level of clairvoyance. Well, we'll go just up to the green. Sorry for the dogs barking. That's the owners of the Airbnb I'm at currently. Okay, so maybe some necromancy or demonology. I could get the Seal of Solomon. I don't know if Lady Fancy Butt would really be involved in necromancy, though. Formula of Borealis. This stuff is the powder that seals the seals or reveals the djinn. Yeah, Gronks, I'd actually probably do that now that we've beaten it a few times. Probably do that if I could. Shit, what am I... Sorry, I'm being really indecisive here. I want to make sure we get to the planet. What do you guys think? Alchemy, Seal of Solomon, or one of these two? Or Demonology? Seal of Solomon's kind of interesting because I picked it before on the character, and in the bio it said, we have the Seal of Solomon. Maybe I'll go with that. We've got a little bit of Seal of Solomon. Okay, there we go. Lady Fancy Butt, the occultist. You have little sense of adventure, were educated at university, have a pragmatic nature, look for rational explanations, have experience of strange forces, and are intelligent but unworldly. You have a broad theoretical knowledge of magic, have studied and practiced ritual magic, know things that man was not meant to know, and can read and construct complex astrological charts. You sometimes have glimpses of things which have not yet happened, and you bear the Seal of Solomon. That sounds like somebody ready to take on some eldritch terror. Condition stable, discharge authorized. But...
Operation Fancy Butt.
yeah, Operation Fancy Butt begin. Oh, start the timer. Okay. So this will be kind of interesting for anybody just coming in. I'm going straight from the beginning. We're kind of going a different path as well, so I'll try not to skip as much dialogue as I can. We'll go through all the new stuff. Yeah, we first went through the low life. We first went through the game with the low life streetwise solid snack. Man who is unshakably determined, not very well educated, but had a good sense of adventure. Oh, the lizard people. Hey, if you're gonna knife someone, I guess 2 will get the job done better than 1. He's a thorough murderer who turned out to be a lizard person. Ah, good morning, Lady Fancy, is it not? We've been expecting you. I'm Emil Gruber, the manager. I have a letter here, which was left to await your arrival. So we've got our new letter here. Dear Lady Fancy, I have received a letter from our mutual acquaintance, Mr. Roland Marcus, in Museum Street in London, in which he speaks highly from you as a serious scholar of the occult. This is from Ariandi, a kind of mystic in the area, but also sort of a shady purveyor of stolen relics from tombs and things like that. So that's our letter of introduction. I have to find a company office, Emil, in Rue Sharif Pasha. Where is it? Only 2 or 3 minutes walk from here, Lady Fancy. It's easy to find, but I'll show you, and you can mark it on your map. So he's marked it on our map. And we'll go there. Welcome to Alexandria, Lady Fancy. Roland said that said in his letter that he thought we would have much in common, so I'm delighted to meet you. What brings you to Egypt? I'm a student of the occult, and I wanted to visit a city which had such an influence on the magical arts in times past. Ah, Egypt. It may be truly said of it, that is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. So you are acquainted with the book of the mad Arab. Marcus was right. You are no dabbler in these matters. It may be fortunate that you have come when you did. I've discovered that one of my employees has been selling papyri. They are probably from the tomb which is being looted, but if I tell him not to do it, he will just carry on behind my back. Because of that, when I found out, I told him I would buy them, since it's probable that the museum here would buy them from me. And that way they would be saved. Oh, so she's a good guy. Yeah, that's not exactly true. She was willing to sell them to a lowlife like Solid Snack. But Lady Fancy Butt's no lowlife. She's a university-educated master of the occult. It's of the finest quality, but there is always the chance that one day something from the Alexandrian library will turn up. And when you get those red texts, you can click on them for extra dialogue prompts. The greatest library in the ancient world. The first Greek grammar was written there. Greek accents first used. And the first librarian edited the works of Homer. I have told him to bring me the best he can find, and we shall just have to see what it is. When he does, would you be interested in seeing it? Yes, I'd be fascinated to see what you get. Forgive me for asking, but I hope if you hope to explore the city, you will find it difficult without Arabic. Do you speak it? Not a word. In that case, I could offer my services as a guide. I know the city. And more than that, I know the people who matter. Would you like me to come with you? Sure. Thank you. That would be extremely helpful of you. We've got a total girl power thing going on here. Two ladies taking on the cosmic horrors. Nyarlathotep. He's not ready for us. He won't know what hit him. He won't know what hit him. But I will need to make the arrangements. Let us meet at your hotel tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. In the meantime, you might as well play at being a tourist. I'm sorry, but I don't think there's anything I can help you with at this moment. Okay. Well, we're going to be a tourist, so let's go to the museum. I wonder what that is. Probably something from an ancient Egyptian temple or tomb. And see, Solid Snack couldn't interact with all this stuff. Our first character, he just didn't give a shit. He didn't care about any of this. I'm going to do a quick save. Fancy. Yo, Raccoon, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. Welcome in. Good to see you, Raccoon. Welcome back. Can we... Obviously not part of the public galleries. Okay. So we've touristed it up enough at the museum. Why don't we check out the digs going on at the catacombs? Hey, there's a dude that's smoking a cigarette here. He never has anything to say, but he's not here this time. I wonder if there's a pathway where you're interacting with these people more. Maybe if you're an Egyptologist and have high archaeological skill. Don't tell anyone, but I'm not really a tourist guide. My brother got me this job. Don't tell anyone, guys. It's his livelihood. This way, please, madame. I have a seat for you. Now I'm here. I suppose I better order a cup of coffee. Coffee, please, waiter. That's cool. Solid Snack knew a little bit of Arabic. So we ordered in Arabic. Nice coffee. Unusual flavor to it. And we understood local customs. So when I drank the coffee, the dialogue was cardamom, the flavor of the Middle East. So there's a lot of different dialogue options that happen depending on what your skills are. That's really cool. Maybe order another one. Sure, let's get a bunch of caffeine in us. We're gonna need it to fight the forces of cosmic horror. Two's good enough. Do. Okay, so let's head back to our hotel, and now we can just wait till 6. No? Maybe we have to rest in our room. There we go. Butter. I think it was supposed to be a biscuit of some kind, but that'd be pretty funny. A delicious slab of butter for a treat. So far too early. I'll come back just before 6. Yeah, let's do that. There's You look worried. What's wrong? This. I told you that one of my employees, my customs agent, had been selling papri. Do you remember? I do. I told him to bring me the best he could find, thinking that if it was good enough, I could buy it from him and sell it to the museum. I'd rather see it go there than some rich collector. And it would not be the first time they have acquired exhibits in that way. Yeah, this chick is way more shady in our last playthroughs. This morning, he brought me a large scroll in an elaborate case. It's unique and probably priceless. But that wasn't what worried me. There were things about both case and scroll that disturbed me deeply. Things that you and I would recognize because of what we know. I had to risk looking at the scroll, and what I found there disturbed me even more. It was written in Greek, and being Greek myself, I could make some sense of it. But I'm no scholar of ancient Greek, and I'm going to need the help of an expert. So I'm taking it to Professor Leighton Stone at the museum. See, look for yourself what I mean. She may be right. I can't make out that much, but there's something disturbing about it. Just one moment. All right, Gad. I think we've seen enough. Take them both down to the station for questioning. Cameron? But I don't understand. This is Police Inspector Cameron. But you don't understand. I was on my way to the museum with it. A likely story. Although, I'll have to take it there to see what I've got. No, you don't understand. This thing is dangerous. They won't know what they're dealing with. At least let me come with you. That's quite out of the question. Then take Lady Fancy with you. Come on, we're wasting time. She remembers all my playthroughs. Well, Lady Fancy, I've interviewed Miss Elitis under caution. And she's sticking to her story. Now I'm going to caution you. Because the details on your passport correspond with what she says, that you had only just arrived in Alexandria, so I think we can eliminate you from our inquiries. I'm not letting her go, though. For some time now, we've been trying to find the source of manuscripts appearing on the black market, and we had information pointing to her. But why was she so insistent that either you or she went to the museum with the scroll? Oh, I'm Cameron, by the way. Bimbashi Cameron. Pleased to meet you. Even if it's in an official capacity. Why did she want to go with the case? Well, she thought that we had specialist knowledge, which might assist the museum staff in dealing with it. In that case, it might not be such a bad idea. I'm on my way over there now. Would you like to come? Yes, we would. Very well then, let's go. So we are kind of retracing another streamer's steps here, trying to get a specific ending that's remained hidden to us. I don't know if a dullard like Solid Snack is capable of experiencing the ending we're trying to chase down. So Lady Fancy Butt will hopefully be able to solve this mystery to a greater capacity, yes. I hope you don't mind, Professor, but I've brought along Lady Fancy. Lady Fancy, this is Professor Leighton Stone. Pleased to meet you, Lady Fancy. She may have specialist knowledge which could help us. Well then, Professor, what do you make of it? The case is an extraordinary mixture of elements. That does occur, of course. The catacombs are a prime example, but there's nothing like this that I know of. The workmanship is superb. But the trouble with gold leaf is that it doesn't tarnish. It could have been made yesterday, and probably was, if it's a fake. Then it's likely the scroll is too. Scroll? Yes, there really was a scroll inside. I've done some preliminary humidifying. You always got to do your preliminary humidifying before you get into your sanctified scroll reading. And unrolled the first few feet. Shall we take a look at it? Let's. He's got a pipe hanging out of his mouth. I just noticed that. Before I start examining the scroll, take a look at the case. He probably doesn't even smoke. It's just for style. It helps him think. I'll just turn it round so that you can see it properly. Is it an occult artifact? Maybe it represents a priest wearing the mask of a serpent god. Wings should have feathers, not scales. Von Juntz writes of things with scaled wings. This is all stuff. This is all stuff that we didn't experience. All dialogue we didn't experience with our other character. Things which guard the forbidden plateau of Lang. Oh my God! Yeah, we're getting into the eldritch horror right off the bat. Plateau of Lang. I see what you mean. You'd expect it to hold a sacred animal. What's a sacred animal? Certain animals were sacred to particular gods. The cat to Basset, for instance, the ibis to Thoth, and they were often mummified as offerings. Whether or not the case is genuine or belongs with the scroll, I suggest we take a look at that now. It's in Greek, not one of the other scripts. Are you familiar with any of this, Lady Fancy? I can't make head nor tail of it, I'm afraid. Yeah, we don't know Greek. We don't know anything about Egyptology or anything like that. Sphintus Coyote, what's happening? Welcome. This game is really interesting. Yeah, it's pretty neat. The fact that you can cruise through it at a pretty decent pace and experience all the different endings is pretty cool. I like the character creation in it a lot as well. There's at least like 5 or 6 different endings. We've gone through 2? I think we've gone through 2. The writer promises to reveal great secrets and powerful magic. I mean, not counting just, like, leaving, and I guess we haven't done that yet either, but I guess you can just, like, ignore the whole quest, hop on a boat, and get the hell out of here. Most of it so far, however, concerns the history of somebody, yes, ancient pharaohs, demotic tales, folk stories from Greco-Roman era. They were written in a late form of Egyptian known as demotic. One in particular concerns a folk hero called Sethi Kamudus. Good old Sethi. He actually existed. By the time of the demotic stories, he was a legendary hero, a bit like Robin Hood. But the real man lived more than 3,000 years ago. Was a son of great Ramses II and a high priestess of Ptah. According to this scroll, received a vision of the god Thoth, land of the dead, Sea of Coptos. I don't recognize that name at all. The land of the dead was a western desert, and the Sea of Coptos may be a name for part of it, or a magical location. Series of boxes, iron, then bronze, then wood.
One more. One more.
One more. That's making me very thirsty. Thank you for the 100 bits, Dragon Star. Thank you very, very much. Welcome.
What pleases you, Crom?
Shalrai, what's happening? Yes, we're...
No rest, no sleep like other man.
No rest.
What pleases I you, have something to say.
Your slaps.
It's better to burn out than to fade away.
Guarded by endless
Remember
spirits.
days like this. when my
The
father
Book of
took me to the
Thoth
forest
wrote with his own hand. Who's
of
Thoth?
blueberries.
Well, Thoth is one of the greatest Egyptian gods, a moon god, the inventor of writing, and the god of the calendar. His name in Egyptian is Tehuti, literally the measurer. Its full title is The Book Which Governs the Return of the Stars. That much is clear, but the rest is written in a very ornate and obscure language. That's usually the case with magical and alchemical texts. The key secrets were passed down by word of mouth. Well, we can't expect that to happen. Can we, Lady Fancy? Can you make any sense of the rest? I think so. A lot can be guessed from the context. It seems that he studied the wisdom of the people of the city, and, forgive me, with a lady present, I must apologize for the indecency of the subject matter. But he brought his wife to the city, so that they might father children on her. At some point, he killed the serpent which guarded the book, stole the book, and used one of the spells in it to imprison the inhabitants. After that, it talks of his daughters guarding some secret knowledge until the stars are right, and of the sons leaving the company of men, when the blood of their fathers showed in them. Why was the city called the City of Serpents? Because its people were serpents. The idea of hybrid monsters, half human, half animal, is common in Egyptian religion and myth. And maybe not just there. You came in on the SS Dacia, Lady Fancy. Shall I tell the professor what happened when it docked? Sure, tell him. Tell him about the guy who got stabbed by 2 daggers, and then a lizard man appeared. One of the passengers, a Turkish citizen, was coming down the gangplank when he was stabbed by an Arab, who was then shot by a policeman. You might say that sort of thing happens here every day, but there are disturbing features. The eyewitnesses were almost hysterical and babbled something about the Arab turning into a snake. When I looked at the body, I could see what had upset them. Dr. Morrison carried out the autopsy on the Arab, and I asked him about the scaly skin, slit pupilled eyes, and needle teeth. But he just muttered something about skin diseases and birth defects. The same sort of things probably gave rise to this story in the first place. Back to what you were saying, Professor. Are there actually any magical spells in this scroll? It mentions 3. One of summoning. The user must call upon the most secret name of Thoth. The second is a spell of binding. The ancient Egyptians believed that words had magic powers, and that showing a thing could make it happen. The enemy of the caster shall become bound, as the words of the spell are bound to the scroll. The third spell is one of true sight, or divination. It uses the needle of gold and the spittle of serpents, but it doesn't say how. A golden needle? Well, I'll be. That's uncanny. Back in 1918, one of the officers stationed in Cairo, Captain King, was found semi-conscious on a bench in the Ezbek Gardens. There was no obvious sign of injury, but he seemed to be drugged, and when he was spoken to, all he would say was, "She scratched my eye with a golden needle and gave me second sight." He stayed in that state for several weeks, then became feverish and delirious and died. But that's all he would say. The strangest thing was, when they carried out an autopsy, there was a scratch in the corner of one eye. We never got to the bottom of the affair. The only clue we had was that King was one for the ladies. Yo, Dragon Star, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Mishka Mish. Mishka Mish, enjoy. Thanks a lot, Dragon Star. Story paths are out of control, absolutely. Hey, Dragoon Zero, what's happening, man? Welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the 6 months. Wow. Thanks for the sub, Dragoon Zero. Hard to identify someone just from their eyes. Oh, the telephone. That'll probably be for me. I told them that I could be reached here in an emergency. What? Who? How long ago? Any witnesses? All right. I'm on my way. If you excuse me, you must excuse me, I'm afraid. Something bearing on this case has come up elsewhere. I'll try to get back. But if not, I'll be in touch with you tomorrow, Professor. Of course, Cameron. I'll carry on here for a while. And try to decide whether this is genuine or not. Good night. Good night, Lady Fancy. An extraordinary mixture, the whole thing. This part seems to be a prophecy of the end of the world. When the stars are right, why did he have to use that particular phrase? It is too close to the rituals of certain hideous cults. Such prophecies occurred a lot towards the end of the Ptolemaic era. That could mean that this is a later copy with additions of the original dedicated to Ptolemy the Seventh. The seventh Ptolemy. Really? Ptolemy the seventh Ptolemy, also called Evergetus or Well-Doer, not to be confused with the first Evergetus, who extended the library and built the Serapeum. What's the Serapeum? The Temple of Jupiter, dynastic god of the Ptolemies. It was the site of most of the Alexandrian library. It's a strange mixture. The very earliest astrological texts are Babylonian, but they were translated into Greek, not ancient Egyptian. So that part could be a later addition. We know astrology. We know everything. Hold your fire. What's happening? Welcome. When the stars are right, she who is foremost among the daughters, she who is Isis, shall call upon Thoth by his name that she alone knoweth, and the messenger of those that wait shall come onto her, something. that they may be united. That would refer to the spell of summoning. I'm skipping a couple of the dialogue options there because I'm pretty sure most of this conversation is just like added lore, and it's all stuff we went through with our first character. I hope we didn't need to click on all these things. The central secret of a mystery cult. They were secret societies which taught religious and magical knowledge, often through ritual dramas. Because of the oath of secrecy taken by initiates, I'm almost thinking I should have just been clicking on all the red stuff, though, just in case. Very little of their teachings have survived. The union will mark the dawning of a new age. Oh, the lamp's flashing. When the old gods will return, and their servants shall have the power over all things. The world will be destroyed, and a new one will take its place. Oh, blast that lamp! No, this is DOSBox. Yeah, this is DOSBox SVN down version. That's the version of DOSBox I've used for like forever. Super outdated, but it's trusty. It always seems to work the way I want it to. That's as far as I can go for a nuke going off behind the Sphinx. I can see that now. That's as far as I can go for now. I don't want to risk handling the scroll anymore. In the morning, I can begin work on it properly. It'll take months, maybe years, to fully appreciate what we've got here, even if we know where it came from. But one thing I'm confident of, this isn't a fake. Modern or ancient, the style and script are both too consistent for that. What did the scribe that wrote that know of the old gods? He must have meant the elder gods of Egypt, not the great old ones of whom Al-Hazred wrote his accursed book. What on earth? And here comes your boy, Nyarlathotep. Yeah, the power slave himself. The message of the book is not for you. Its time approaches, and it has not yet served its purpose. Bring it to me.
Where's this juggernaut motherfucker? I will crush him with
I am teacher and messenger. To those that seek, I bring wisdom and knowledge. He's pretty gnarly. You have sought knowledge, but, and it shall be my gift to you. You shall know what lies beyond. Come! We sought a buttload of knowledge. I'm worried, madam. You were standing there when we came in, and for 10 minutes you have not moved. Are you all right? Yes, I'm all right, thank you. Where am I? In the catacombs of Chagufa, madam. How did I get here? There's the smoking dude, just chillin'. Don't tell anyone, but I'm not really a tourist guide. My brother got me this job. Okay, I'm gonna save it again, actually, before we leave. We need to be on the lookout. We need to be aware of the divergent parts of the story. Just in case we end up going down the same pathway that we did last time. So we could backtrack to areas where we may be able to make different different choices. Lots of knowledge in our notebook now, relating basically everything we just learned. And I guess that's it. It's an entire book. Yeah, it's absolutely out of control. I'll show you here in a second. So, we got out. Should we visit Elitis? Or go back to the hotel? Go back to the museum. This is where the ancient god came out. Nobody is in the office. He must be out. Same thing here. No sign of her. Yeah, new playthrough. There's one ending in particular I'm trying to chase down where we go to a serpent guts planet, apparently. So I've made a character that has high astrology skill. And, yeah, that's right, she's in jail.
You killed my people!
And high knowledge of the occult. And I'm hoping that
To the hell with you.
So take a look at all this. This is all like real life knowledge
I'm afraid.
on Alexandria. And, you know, ancient Egyptian knowledge. Oh my god. Yeah. I started reading it, but there's no way I'm gonna go through all that and read it all out loud. Cool stuff, though, for sure. One of the people who worked on the game, I think it was the artist for the game, visited Alexandria just before they started developing it. So there's definitely a level of accuracy to all of this. Mein Gott! Lady Fancy! We had thought you were here. What has happened? You look terrible. Please, take a seat in the bar, if you would be so kind, for just a few minutes, while I make arrangements. Well, I'll be... Emil was right, it's you. What happened? Where have you been? I was in the catacombs, I think. At Chagufka. Then I came here. Yes, but where were you before that? At the museum with you and the professor. When was that? Last night, wasn't it? No, Lady Fancy. That was 3 months ago. You must have been... you've been missing since then. You must be suffering from amnesia. I'd better bring you up to date. You remember I was called away from the museum, I hope. Well, after we arrested the elitist woman, we began searching her properties to see if we could find any other manuscripts. At her warehouse, they found the body of her customs agent, Yusuf al-Rashid, in the cellar, and phoned me at the museum. Once I'd been to the warehouse, I went back to the station and began questioning her. She was worried about something, but before I could get anything out of her, there was a phone call from the museum. A watchman there had discovered the body of the professor. There had obviously been a struggle. The scroll and case were missing, and so were you. It looked like a robbery had gone wrong. And I didn't have to look far for a suspect, but when I got back to the station, she had disappeared as well. What? You mean she jumped bail? No, she put her money to better use. A lavish bribe did the trick, if I catch the man responsible. Anyways, enough of that. At that point, quite frankly, we didn't have much to go on. At first, we thought that you had been kidnapped, and expected a ransom demand. When that didn't appear, we were forced to assume the worst, and now, 3 months later, here you are alive and apparently unharmed. Except for your memory, that is. Even if I did tell him that I can remember what happened to me, I don't think he'd believe it. I can only assume that you were being held somewhere, that they decided to turn you loose, and gave you a bang on the head before dumping you in the catacombs. You had a very lucky escape. But I think that for your safety, it's best if you leave Alexandria. I'll beat the bushes and see if I can find out where you were kept. Do you have any leads? I can only assume that the elitist woman was at the bottom of it somehow, but we've searched all the obvious places, her office, the warehouse, even that cafe she owns, the Gardens of Paradise. You leave me to worry about that much. If I were you, I'd get the next available ship back home and start to pick up the pieces from there. I'm sorry about what happened, it's no excuse, but I've never had anything like that go so badly wrong before. Anyways, goodbye and good luck. Cameron must be thanking his lucky stars that I've turned up alive. And the last thing he wants is for me to get involved again. But he doesn't know what he's dealing with. He still thinks it's just a question of stolen papyri. If I told him that an ancient evil had reawakened, he'd think I was mad. But I must find out what's going on. I must find Ariande. But if the police can't, how am I going to do it? If she's in hiding, the office and warehouse will be closed, but the cafe may still be open. Listen to this, smarty pants. And somebody there might talk to me because I'm not police. I think it's on one of the Cook's maps. Yeah, we've already been there too. Yeah, our previous character couldn't figure all that out. But he was a little bit more involved in the actual investigation as well. Lady Fancy, over here a moment, please. I understand for Bimbashi Cameron that you will be staying here for a few days until your ship leaves. I've taken the liberty of putting you in your old room. I hope that meets with your approval. Sounds good. So then let's go to the cafe. Is this the Gardens of Paradise Cafe? That is correct. I'm Lady Fancy Butt. I need to see Miss Ariande Elvitas urgently. And her office was closed. Do you know where she is? No, she is away. She's out of town. He's doing the little look left, look right. I have no idea. I don't know when she'll be back. Well, if you're in contact with her, can you tell her that I'll be staying at the Savoy Palace Hotel for a while? Would I lie? Oh, Lady Fancy. An Arab gentleman just left this note for you. Lady Fancy, I've heard that you're alive and back in Alexandria. I must meet you tonight. Come to the Gardens of Paradise at 9 o'clock. Abdul will take you to me. Tell no one you're coming. I could wait here until time. Do. Come with me, madam. I maybe should have saved it again, but it's pretty quick if you just skip through all the dialogue. So if something horrible happens to us, we can just, cruise through, skip the dialogues, and get back to this point quick enough. The last save wasn't really that long ago either. When I heard you were alive, I had to see you. Abdul, bring us some more coffee, please. Maybe, since you're alive, there could be hope. For 3 months now, I've been trapped in here, not able to risk leaving. Not even sure if I was safe here. Of course. She's been hiding from the police. The police? In some ways, they're the least of my worries. Of course, it's important that they don't come blundering in, or they could ruin everything. What is this place, anyways? It's the only place that could be safe. This is where I do my real work. Only here I could erect wards and guards to keep me safe. Protections against the things that can come through the angles between dimensions. Everyone who had contact with that cursed scroll seemed fated to die. And I could only assume that I was next. But now here you are, alive. Tell me what happened that night. Cameron seemed to accept that I had nothing to do with the stolen manuscript racket, so he didn't arrest me. He asked why you had wanted one of us to go with the scroll and case to the museum, and I told him we had specialist knowledge, which could be of help. He took me with him. And at the museum, the professor began to translate the scroll. After a while, Cameron had a phone call and left. That must have been when he heard about Al-Rashid's death. After Cameron left, the professor continued to translate the scrolls for a couple of hours. Then suddenly... I'm just going to grab a drink of water while this flashback goes. Its time approaches. It has not yet served its purpose. Bring it to me. Yeah, that we see the thing happen again. All grayed out while I tell her what happened. Of course, we don't need to read any of that. We already saw it all. Next thing I remember, or rather want to remember, was standing in the catacombs at Chagufa. Then I discovered that 3 months had passed. I blame myself for much of what has happened. Even the case alone should have told me about how dangerous it was, and having read as much as I did of the scroll, I should have never left it outside this room. I needed expert help to translate it completely, though, and had to take a chance on bringing it to the museum. Somebody must have tipped off Cameron. Maybe Al-Rashid himself. Perhaps it's just as well. If I had kept it, the professor's fate would have been mine. What really worries me, though, is not that he died and I might have, but what could have happened. The true significance of the scroll and of that night's events. Just as I said, when the papers reported it, they made a great play of the fact that the professor was found in front of the spirit door, but none of the masked whose name was written on that door, who it was built to serve. I had 3 months to ask and find the answer. The guides and archaeologists say the inscription on the door is unique. It is not. But only once before have I seen it, in Prim's hellish work. She must mean De Vermis Mysteries. It's true. The author of Mysteries of the Worm boasted of his fantastic age and of the time spent captive in Syria after the Ninth Crusade. Those who have read it speak of Saracenic rituals and of what it says about his travels in Egypt. In Egypt. All the travels in Egypt. The many Egypts. There are even rumors that he spent some time here in Alexandria. He talks of a god, worshipped as Tehuti Heret.
I remember days like this. when my
Thoth,
father
the
took me to
great
forest
of terror.
and made wild blueberries.
But also gives the real name and title of that god. Nyarlathotep, servant of the outer gods. The hunter of the dark! It must have been him who came through that spirit door. Came for the case and the scroll, but why? What could be so important about him? Shall I remind her what it said? He said the message of the book is not for you. Its time approaches, and it has not yet served its purpose. But who is its message for? He said in the scroll that the foremost among the daughters of the person knew the name. What is that? Nefer Kamphan or something like that. The scroll said that she who is foremost among the daughters of Nen Efri Kaftan shall call upon Thoth by his name that she alone knoweth. When I found Al-Rashid was selling papyri, he told me that he had gotten them from the tomb of the Libyan desert. He said there was treasures in there as well, and that he would bring me one. But what if he was lying? What if the case didn't come from a centuries-old tomb? What if the worshippers of that dreadful god still exist, and he robbed them? Tell her about the incident when we arrived in Alexandria. A strange thing happened when I was coming off my ship. When I first arrived here, one of the passengers, Turkish by the look of him, was stabbed to death. That was bad enough. But there was something almost worse about the man who stabbed him. He was shot by the police, and as he fell, he seemed to change. When I looked at the body, it was human, but his skin was rough and scaly, almost reptilian, and he had hideous pointed teeth. The scroll spoke of the sons of the person leaving the company of men when the blood of their fathers showed in them. But why is it so important to get the scroll back? Was it something to do with that phrase in the scroll, when the stars are right? I don't know. I would have to see if over the last 3 months there have been any significant events in the heavens. I know something about astrology. I could offer to help.
Heroes and fools.
Let's help. I've studied
the same
astrology.
thing.
Could I help? Thank you for the offer, but the book I will be consulting is written in medieval Arabic. Oh no! Your knowledge of astrology would help you little there, unfortunately. The calculations... Well, let's, double team this shit. Come on, you speak Arabic, I speak astrology. The calculations I have to do will take some time, but while I'm making them, there's something you could do. I can't understand why you found yourself in these catacombs. Did we fuck the character up? I wonder if to get to the planet of the lizard people, we need to help her with the astrology. So we would need to have high astrology and know some Arabic. I don't know. I might be reaching there. I didn't think that the skills were necessarily important on getting endings, but I guess we'll just have to see. You might see something significant. They will be closed now, so I suggest you return to your hotel, get some sleep, and visit tomorrow morning. Come back here after that, but remember, tell no one that you've seen me. If the police find me here, they will ruin everything. What we have to do is too important for that. So if we go and tell her, there were some pre-made characters. There were several pre-made characters, actually. There was 8. If we go to the police station and tell them where she is, then it turns into this wacky, buddy cop story where you go down into the catacombs with the copper, Bimbashi Cameron, and we get a bunch of cultists high and then melt one of them Good times. Do another save. This one, I'll do, I'll just overwrite one of the earlier ones. That might be one of the big turning points right there, though, to getting the ending that we're trying to get. The thing where we offer to help her with the astrology, but then can't because we don't have strong control over Arabic. We'll see. Okay. I'll go to the catacombs. A solar disk. This is like 19... I wonder if it says actually in the book. In the Cook's Handbook. It doesn't seem to. The only date that I noticed that's been mentioned so far is 1918. But it wasn't really clear. It's past 1918. Did it say 1992? I missed that. Is that what this says? 1992? Interesting. Well, it's definitely not 1992. This is like post World War II, World War One for sure, but pre World War II. So like sometime after 1918 and sometime before 1941. That's it. There's nothing to find here at all. Just the solar disk, that's it. That guy doesn't have anything to say. Toa plan, what's happening? There's definitely some things going on here, for sure. Ancient gods, cultists, snake people. Dark dealings around every corner. Alright, so we went there. Now we go to the cafe. Come with me, madam. Come in, Lady Fancy. I must tell you what I've discovered. To begin with, I made a chart of the heavens, to see if there was anything significant in the position of the planets. I couldn't see anything, but then I remembered what the scroll said. It talks about when the stars are right, the inner planets move too fast. If they were key, the time would have come and gone by now. Then I thought to include Yugoth. Of course, Yugoth, that dark prowler which rolls on the rim of the abyss, at the edge of our solar system. Al-Hazred spoke of it, and hinted at what it might bear with it. Only one astrologer, the 13th century Kaireni al-Shafir, gives formulae for calculating the position of Yugoth, but he was reluctant to discuss its significance. Then I thought, if the stars are right now, I might get some clue by seeing when this happened last. So I tried regressing them. I see. Calculating their positions backwards from the present. Working out their positions backwards, Al-Ghafir calculated that Yugoth takes about 245 years to make complete precession through the houses of the zodiac, so that the last time the other planets were in the same position relative to Yugoth was almost 2,000 years ago. Then I calculated the exact date. 8 cycles of Yugoth would take 1,960 years. Then I remembered what had been happening in the ancient world then. Happening here, in Egypt, in Alexandria. And what was that? The struggle between the two greatest cultures of ancient Europe, Roman and the Hellenic. More than just the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, it was one of the turning points in history. At its center was a woman, mistress of Julius Caesar and of his heir Mark Antony, the serpent of the Nile, Cleopatra. Nowadays, her story has become more of a romance, a story of doomed passion, but that trivializes it. At stake was more, much more, than who could control the Egypt and its fabulous wealth, who would rule the Roman Empire after Julius Caesar. The Romans made their emperors gods when they died, but Cleopatra and Antony were hailed in their lifetimes as Aphrodite and Dionysus, the Greek goddess of beauty and fruitfulness, and the Greek god of divine madness. The Egyptians hailed them as Isis and Osiris, the goddess of creation and the god of dead. If they had not been defeated, the ancient world would have been ruled by living gods. Historians knew this, but they did not know of that book. A book written for the Ptolemaites. Written in Greek so that they could understand it, and it could do its work. They knew that there is little reliable information on Cleopatra's mother, but they have not asked why. They know that her attempt to rule the world failed, but they have not asked what would have happened if she succeeded. I cannot stop myself asking, and I fear I know the answer. If the stars are right again, for the first time in 2 millennia, I fear what is about to happen. Those who have guarded the scroll and the knowledge in it will call upon the God that they worship, that he may open the way for others, for the outer gods themselves, to return where they once ruled. It cannot happen. It must not happen. But we know so little for certain. Did you find anything in the catacombs? Nothing unusual. It couldn't have been where Al-Rashid found the scroll. In any case, because it's been excavated, if only we knew where he found the scroll, we might have a lead. But the greedy fool wouldn't share his discovery with anyone else, and now he's dead. Interesting. We didn't see that last time, I don't think. That must have been the clairvoyance kicking in. That wasn't a memory. It was somewhere I've never been. Shall I tell her about it? I have some power as a clairvoyant, but it's erratic. I wish I would have put the clairvoyant points into Arabic, though. I've just seen a cellar with a chair in it, but I can't see what is important about that. The police found Al-Rashid's body when they searched the warehouse, and that, in the cellar. Oh, so now that I know you're not dead, I can leave this room again. Huh? Yes, I'm not dead. So this skips the whole necromancy aspect, which is kind of a bummer. The necromancy was pretty awesome. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. So we got a vision, which led us directly here. Oh, and we skipped all the drug talk. Probably the postal balance. No, it's not. It's not. That's weighing out pounds of hashish. And then we've got this, which just kind of details more of the drug operations Al-Rashid was doing. A lot of that doesn't add up. Individually, the papers are fine, but together they look like someone is trying to conceal something. That file must set out the arrangements for bringing drugs into Alexandria. Alright, let's go down. Ash in a dish. That isn't the way common criminals work. It has an element of ritual about it. There may have been a murder down here, but it was no ordinary crime. Looks like someone burned some kind of resinous herbs or incense. So, and if we had alchemy, I bet you we would understand that a little bit more. I wonder what that white powder is. There must be a hidden entrance here, for his killers have gotten in by. Yeah, and it's right here. There are some rope fibers in this crack of slab. That's probably from the large coil of rope, but I can't understand why it's down here. From the looks of it, Al-Rashid cleared everything else out of the cellar, but left the rope. I wonder why. For this! Be careful! There might be a big drop below. We'll need to find some way of getting down there safely. So if we just, like, click on it again, we'll fall down. We'll fall down and die. But it doesn't really give us, like, a awesome death scene or anything like that. We just get a conversation, another conversation with Nyarlathotep. The gnarly Narla. Some sort of temple. There's a corridor back here. Let's go check it out. There's more of it ahead. This could be where Al-Rashid found the sarcophagus. And those jars might have held scrolls, but this cannot be a dead end. His killers must have come from somewhere. That's Abdul, her employee, I want to say. He's the guy that will let you into the back room and also serve you coffee if you go and visit the cafe. The passage may continue beyond, but why almost block the corridor off at this point? Shall I try and go through it? Yes, see how far it goes, and then tell us what is beyond it. Might be the last we've seen of Abdul. There's stuff over here, but we'll grab it afterwards. Get a little bit of extra dialogue here if you talk to her. We must be on the right track, but we must also be careful. Whoever killed Al-Rashid might come back this way. Really cool little animations go on. You're right, I have a bad feeling. I cannot see what form it takes, but there's danger here. Abdul! Abdul? The tunnel may have collapsed. We must see what's happened to him. What is that strange glow up ahead? Ya Hafiz! What did that to him? Abdul, no! Yeah, it's fine you didn't know who he was, Raccoon. You don't need to. Back, quickly! Whoever killed Al-Rashid must have set a trap, in case anyone followed him, whatever it was. We didn't set anything. We didn't set off anything. And I couldn't see anything in the room, so it may be safe to go back and take another look. Let's go back. Oh, the poor devil. Yahid, Ya Mashoom! Back, quickly! What was the matter? Didn't you see? The dust was moving. But there's no breeze down there. Abdul was killed by an Ifrit. A powerful and malicious jinn. The Vorish sign revealed it to me dimly. So she knows the sign of the Vor, which when made can show something of things from outside. Some barrier must be imprisoning it, or we would have been attacked by now. We must find a way past it. But first I must see what is holding it. And for that the Vorish sign is not enough. We will need the power of Ibn Ghazi. Powder. Pardon me. The potent creation of an ancient Arabian wizard. It has peerless ability to show things of power, things that the human eye cannot see. I am the professor of the Seal of Solomon. Its power will protect us both from harm. Oh, so we don't need to use the powder if you've got the Seal of Solomon. I don't know, though. My power of the Seal of Solomon is... I don't have very good control over that. I have, like, the minimum amount of skill you can put into the Seal of Solomon. This is really interesting, finding out all the different things that the skills do in this game. This character is vastly different than the first character we made, so there's been a lot of differences in the game so far. Alright, by the power of Solomon, Lord of Jinn, Monarch of Afrits, Master of Iblis himself, I command you to let us pass without harm. To hear is to obey. Pass. I told you its power would protect us. I guess you just need a little bit of the power of Solomon. Ah, that was really cool. There must be something else ahead of us, but take care. Remember what happened to Abdul. If we see light ahead, I'll leave the lamp behind us. We can always pick it up on the way back. Okay. So we lift up these clothes here, and we grab this eyeball. There doesn't seem to be anyone here, so we should be able to risk taking a quick look around. We're getting pretty dang close to where we'll see if we've gotten the right path to the ending that I want. It's in Turkish. I do a lot of business with Constantinople, so that isn't a problem. It's Imran's notebook. Kamuran Imran. He was a Turkish schoolmaster and a keen alchemist. And a lecherous old pig. But I shouldn't speak ill of the dead. He could have made that lens himself. He was a good enough craftsman. His things must have been down here for at least 3 months. About the same time you arrived in Alexandria. He was killed coming off a boat from Turkey. That's the guy we see get stabbed by the cultist in the intro. Al-Rashid told me that he had sold some of the first papyri found to Imran. If Al-Rashid was getting the papyri from the temple, he must have taken it down there. But what was he up to? I must read the notebook and see if it tells us that. Of course, that must be what happened. Imran had a theory that the Library of Alexandria was home to a lost masterwork of alchemy, and that fragments of it appeared in a distorted form in the teachings of mystery cults and the writings of later alchemists. He was always looking for traces of it. What al-Rashid sold him must have contained fragments, if not more, of the Book of the Serpent Staff, which must have been brought here when the library was destroyed. One of the papyri told of how to make the Eye of Thoth. That must be the lens. That's the eye we picked up. It would show when the stars were right. He couldn't have known what that meant, but would have made the lens anyways. When he wrote this, he hadn't done that.
You killed my father, you killed my pencil!
Because he was still trying to work out the final part of the ritual, to complete the process. The eye had to be offered to the lightless sun. Was that why it was here in the temple? Was he going to test it? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna save it again. A different save again, I guess. Because I'll try using the lens here. It shouldn't, make a difference. It shouldn't. I don't know. Lady Fancy Butt getting a little personal. Okay. Into the temple we go. This looks like it contains more of the incense in the cellar that they used on al-Rashid. I don't think we should stay here longer. It's too dangerous. Let's go back to the cafe and think about what to do next. So, yeah, right. I was going to use the eye there. The lens. You can use it right away.
Yeah.
The other thing lying on the floor is just more clothes. There's nothing underneath it. If only we can work out what it means to offer it to the lightless sun. A lot of magic is highly symbolic, and from what little I know of alchemy, it's the same. The phrase probably isn't meant to be taken literally. Of course, a solar disk. A sun which gives no light. That's what Imran must have meant. That it was to be held up to a solar disk. But that will mean going all the way back to the temple. And the risks that involve. No, it doesn't. It didn't strike me as significant at the time, but there's a solar disk in the catacombs. It's a lot less risky trying to take the lens there. And it works on one solar disk. If it works on one solar disk, it might work on all of them. I must still be careful about being seen in public. If I was arrested by the police now, that would spell disaster. If you went to the catacombs, you would have to go alone. So which is it to be? We're gonna go to the catacombs. Go then. And whether it works or not, come straight back. We have little time to lose. The door to the cafe is open. When you come back, go to the back of the cellar. You will find a loose brick behind the shelf in the back wall, which opens up to these rooms. Okay. So off to the catacombs. And we use... the lens like this. What did it say in the notebook? It must be offered to the sun without light. And that makes it huge. And then we can use it. The stars are right! That can only mean that the time is nigh. I'd better tell Ariandi what happened. Back to the cafe. What happened? The lens showed the sun cracking open, and the head of the serpent appearing. The stars must be right, but what can we do to stop the ceremony? This whole thing started with the scroll. If we could get our hands on it again, we could destroy their sacred text. This is interesting. Like, we don't have all the items to be able to interact with the Ifrit now on this playthrough. So we won't be able to make a bargain with the Ifrit for him to destroy the scroll. We'll never know if they could have done without the scroll. But for the Dark One itself to come for it, it must be vital in some way. Oh, I'm getting another vision. The past or the future? Whichever it was, I better tell her. I just saw the temple filled with people, the sarcophagus on the altar, and a woman dressed as Isis behind it. If that was a premonition of what is to come, then we know the scroll will be here soon. But so will hundreds of worshippers. I trust your powers. You have been right in the past. But if we try to seize the scroll, we'll be torn limb from limb. Brute force won't work. We need to fight fire with fire. We need magic. The Ifrit which killed Abdul is magical, and a creature born of fire. It would be a fitting vengeance for his death if we turned it against them. But an Ifrit would kill us first if we released it, and might find it amusing to let the ceremony proceed. But what if I was wrong and it's a jinn? They are wild and powerful, but not evil by nature, as the Ifrit are. Once it is trapped, it would not care who it killed, and it might have thought that we had come to taunt it. They are wary of humans, but creatures of their word, and if we can make a bargain with it, it may help us. Of course, if I'm wrong, and it's an Ifrit, we will die. I have the Seal of Solomon that will protect us from it. What's the expression? Nothing ventured, nothing gained? Well, let us try our luck. I have the Seal of Solomon, but such power should not be used lightly. Shall I compel him to obey me, or bargain with him? Interesting. Well, let's bargain. I could compel you to assist us, but those who did this injustice to you also have compelled you. Therefore, I ask you to show yourself, that we may discuss your revenge. You may bear his seal, mortal, but you are not Suleiman ibn Daud. Compel me? You could not even begin to. Perhaps not. But while I bear this seal, I and those with me are under his protection. You cannot harm us. But we will release you if you swear to aid us. What do you want of me? We did not do this to you, but we offer you the chance of revenge on those who did, and the chance to avert a great evil. We want you to go to the temple that is beyond this room and destroy the scroll in the golden case when it is brought there. What you do then is up to you. If we release you, do we have your oath that you will do it and not harm us? Yes, by Suleiman ibn Daud, Lord of all jinn, I swear it. Now release me.
Did you know that Ibn means son of?
I didn't. Ibn apparently means son of.
I learned that from the 13th Warrior.
I release thee. Quick now. We must get to the temple before it's too late. Poor dude. Oh! We fucking got it! We got it! The portal is open. I have no idea how we got it, but this is the frickin' ending that I've been working towards. Where are they? Look! The spirit door is open. Wherever it leads, they must have gone through it. How old are those dark stains? How many centuries of unholy rites have been celebrated on that altar? Not yet. Removing it might close the gate, and then we would have no chance of stopping them. Duke, we're here! We got it! I'm not really quite sure how, but I just ended up doing like a full play again, as a completely different character. But I went full occult, high corrupt knowledge, and astrology. I thought maybe astrology would be like a key factor, since we're traveling to another planet. Where are we? There must have been a huge city here once. Thousands of years ago. But I now know of nothing like this anywhere. I know of nothing like this anywhere near Alexandria.
Close.
Some rib cage. Chanting, oh, it's the guts hallway. They must be just up ahead. Let's take a look, but be very careful. Shit, we're getting a fucking payoff here. Just make sure there's nothing to look at. The power. Can you feel the magic here? There, that must be her, the daughter of the serpents herself. The ceremony has begun. We must act quickly. But what could even a djinn do here? Still, we have no other choice. We must summon him. But you saw what he did to Abdul. Knowing that, can we condemn her to the same fate? What should we do? Destroy her or destroy the scroll? Let's destroy the... Oh, we can't do nothing. If we don't stop her, she will summon Nyarlathotep, the Nar. But if we destroy her and leave the scroll in possession of the cult, it may reveal how to discover the name. Why not tell the djinn to destroy both? That would still leave the cult. And if the professor was right, they may have preserved the teachings of the scroll for thousands of years already, by word of mouth. Only she may know the name, but who taught it to her? Could someone else learn it if she was dead? And what if they did? The stars may only be right once every 2,000 years, but how long for? A day? A week? A year? There must be something we can do. We need to think about this. Back into the corridor before we're spotted. Now we knew we had no chance of stopping them on our own, which is why we planned to use the djinn and turn their own magic against them. They have subdued the djinn once, however, and might do so again. So we cannot expect to destroy her, the scroll, and the cult. Maybe we can turn their own magic against them in another way. This is... I think we maybe made the right decision by not saying anything. Turn their own magic against them in another way. What do we know about it? The only thing we know for certain is what spells are in the scroll. Oh yeah! Dude, we're getting all the ancient knowledge. This is the Guts world, Gronk. Yeah, we're in the Guts world. The Serpent Planet. One of summoning, which must be the rite they're performing now. One of divination. Well, you don't need to be a clairvoyant to predict what'll happen next. Besides, whatever the spittle of serpents and golden needle were, we don't have any. which only leaves the spell of binding, which must be what they used to imprison the jinn. But there was something else as well. Yes, that's it. In the scroll, it tells how... What was this one again? Nenfefrekefetaf came to the City of Serpents, stole the book which Thoth wrote with his own hand. Yeah, that's right, Duke Nefefrekefetaf. And used one of the spells in it to imprison them. That must have been the spell of binding. Yes, it said that in the scroll. Says Anya, thank you very much for the follow. Yes, it said in the scroll that the enemy of the caster should become bound as the words of the spell are bound to the scroll. Could this be the City of Serpents itself? If it is, and the inhabitants were bound magically, then they may have survived to this very day. Oh yeah, for sure. The font's pretty messed up. If we could find and release them, they could rise up and take their revenge. Yes, but where are they? Let's save it. My head's spinning from all the lore going on here, all the magician talk. We're walking on them. Look at the floor. That's not some hideous design, it's them. Bound there since the spell was cast. What? Look at this screen, that's right. So what? So what? I kind of got lost.
You're slats.
I kind of got lost in the reading of it. What is, what the fuck is going on? What am I doing? These guys are bound here. But how can we release them? If I know anything about the occult, destroy the scroll and we destroy the spell. Then all the jinn has to do is destroy the scroll, and the rest will take care of itself. Blow the whistle to summon him. You bitch! We don't have no whistle. No! We never got it! Oh! Imbecile! You have doomed us all. It's too late. We've already summoned him. No! Oh, man. The Seal of Solomon fucked us up. The Seal of Solomon screwed us over. Oh my god. It's because we had the Seal of Solomon. We didn't have to do all the shit with the powder. I should have just grabbed it because there was a scene there where we were able to... No worries. We know what to do. I've got the save very close to that location, but we will have to do a little bit of busy work to get it back there. Yeah, the Seal of Solomon. You have sought knowledge, but, and it shall be my gift to you. You shall know what lies beyond. Come!
That knowledge of gas.
And then we're just... Oh, what? We're not locked here anymore. Dude, we're not locked here. Interesting.
You got a fortune. What are you going to do with all that loot? Get a
Yo,
bunch of
Coyote.
animals and start
Thanks
farming.
for the 50 bits.
Good idea.
Get a bunch of animals and start farming. That's interesting. Every time you die, you get locked in this this screen here, but not this time. Okay, she just needed a chance to read it. We're still good. So we might actually need to reload it anyways. Oh shit. I picked going right down into the temple. Yeah. Can we go back? Don't go back. There may not be much time left. Ah, fuck it. I'm just gonna reload. I'm gonna reload because the room we need to get to is behind us. Which one is it? What a bummer. That was right after. Just let me go back. Let me just go back a little bit. I'm on the rails. They put me on the rails. Shit. My brain? No, that's my brain. Wait a minute, that's not my brain, that's guts. Okay, when was this? When was this part? Do. Nighttime at the hotel does look cool. So, like, this is just before we go. This is just before we go to the cafe. And Abdul's still alive, so this is good. This is the one we can go off of. The whistle is in the catacombs, or not the catacombs. It's in the underground temple area, but it's just before the area with the djinn. Oh shit! I skipped the Yugoth. I bet you I can skip all this shit. And then I'm starting to think to myself, what if one of these options, what if selecting one of these options is what the outer gods themselves to return where they once ruled. Cannot happen, must not happen. Oh, I didn't go to the catacombs either. There's the clairvoyance kicking in. That's kind of interesting. right? Because I put some clairvoyance skill into this character, so we've been seeing visions. Well, that's fine. The only thing that I didn't click on was Yugoth, and it's just kind of like a minor thing. My character just notes how she knows about Yugoth. Okay. And then, oh yeah, to use the rope, you actually got to step on the thing first. Once. Be careful. And then we can use the rope. Okay. Move back. Move back. So this is the room. And now this screen is the chance we have to grab the whistle. There it is right there.
Imbecile.
Yeah, imbecile! And I'll grab the powder just in case. I don't think we need the powder, but whatever. I did play it through Realm Rifter, but on this stream. We've already beaten the game twice before I started this run. We've been basically hunting different endings after I beat it the first time. And the first time that I played, we needed that smoker to discover the Ifrit in this room. But the reason why I didn't get it this time was because I didn't get the dialogue prompt to grab it. Since I have the Seal of Solomon. Okay, we're back. Didn't you see? It's an Ifrit, Vorish sign, all sorts of other shit. Power of Solomon, Lord of Jinn, Monarch of Ifrits, Master of Iblis himself. I command you to let us pass without harm. To hear is to obey, pass. Yeah, see, that's why I didn't grab it. I didn't think it was necessary after that. Yo, little gremlin, what's up? We also need this. So we just cruise through a bunch more dialogue here, blah 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 blah. I suppose if it doesn't work with me skipping all this dialogue, we'll also know that there's some very important dialogues to use. I'm also going to try using this right now and seeing if that fucks it up at all. Now I'm trying to fuck it up. But it's knowledge gained to get the specific ending, right? If we know the Great Serpent is born, the stars are right. It could happen any time now. How can we stop it? This whole thing started with the scroll. We gotta destroy it. Oh yeah. See, this is gonna screw it up, I think. Right? Because the people are here now. Yeah. But maybe not, because if we talk to the Ifrit... We'll go back and we'll talk to the Ifrit. Yeah. I have helped you. Now fulfill your side of the bargain. Only a son or daughter of Adam can undo the spell. I can do nothing to help you if I'm caged here. I will not harm you. You have my word. Now release me. A little bit of extra dialogue I've never seen before. Okay. Yeah, oh, so it didn't screw it up. Whatever made this spirit door be here was done earlier. Well, in we go. Down into the guts hallway. Oh, right. Yeah. I get you, Realm Rifter. Chanting. They must be just up ahead. Let's take a look. But be very careful. Okay, we've got everything we need. So I'm gonna save it again over guts. And I will be careful about the dialogues here. Okay. I'm not gonna
enemies. See them driven before you.
hear the lamentations of the women. Lady Fancy Butts just isn't that kind of a person. Alright. So when we waited, then we gained all this extra knowledge. So we wait again, and then we look at the crazy floor, which reveals all of these, like, serpents bound to the floor. Or do I need to look at the floor? Oh! We're walking on them. Look at the floor. That's not some hideous design, it's them. Bound there since the last spell was cast. That's right. Ruah. I think we wait a little bit longer and then more dialogue kicks in. How can we release them? If I know anything about the occult, and I sure know a thing or two about the occult, destroy the scroll and we destroy the spell. Then all the djinn has to do is destroy the scroll, and the rest will take care of itself. Good old lizard tiles. Yeah, that would be quite the bathroom flooring. Blow the whistle to summon him. I am here. What is your will? Destroy the scroll. It shall be done. Quick, to the temple. We must be sure it worked. I liked some of the dialogue that we had a bit better than this time through. The first time. The djinn was quite kind to us and everything. The whole floor is coming alive. Look at this. Back. Before it reaches us. Now what? Oh, we can't look at the floor anymore. Back through the gate, or we are dead. Oh, we gotta leave? Back through the gate. That's a wicked shot. Let's get out of here. Take the sarcophagus from its niche. Close the gate. The temple is beginning to collapse. Only some kind of magic can have allowed it to survive for so long. We must go before we're trapped. So we've destroyed the scroll, and effectively destroyed the whole cult, I guess, because the lizards have eaten them alive, maybe? I don't know. So it is done, and we're still alive. A shadow has passed from the world, but it will never know. A shadow's passed over the world it will never know, and we would be thought mad if we told of it. Who was she? And how old was she? 2,000 years ago, a daughter of serpents was found dead by her own hand. But as the mad Arab wrote, that is not dead which can eternal lie. Ah well, we will never know now. We can only wonder. And I wonder. What would have happened if we had done things differently? And that's what like really drives you on to try to discover more endings. Like every single ending kind of is obscured in some form of mystery. Now it's like, was there something we could have discovered more? Was there some way we could have like completed those events even more thoroughly, knowing who the Daughter of Serpents is? I don't know. I have no idea, Raccoon. But it does make you think that if there is a perfect ending, it's probably somewhere in the skills. Like a perfect blend of skills. A perfect blend of, like maybe some knowledge of Egyptology would have let us know who the Daughter of Serpents is. Or maybe they're just trolling us there. And there is really always going to be some mystery involved in the story. That is definitely, out of the 3 endings we got, that is definitely the most, like, fullest feeling, for sure. The one that had the, kind of like, the most knowledge of the story. Our first ending was somewhat similar up until the end, when I was playing as the streetwise Mr. Solid Snack. We got all the way up to the Ifrit section, and then we made the bargain with the Ifrit, and we see the temple, but there wasn't an opportunity to go through the gate like that. Instead, the temple was full of people, so we whistled for the Ifrit and burned them all alive. And that was the end. And then the one after that, we teamed up with Cameron, the inspector, Bimbashi Cameron, and we went down into the catacombs all like buddy cop style, and drugged the cultists, tossed the scroll into the fire, and got this cool melting animation on the Daughter of Serpents. But that one was probably the weakest out of all of them, I would say. Crazy. Really cool game. Thanks a ton for suggesting this one, Duke. It was neat. It's a bit of a chore to play. Like, I'm not, like, totally used to these kind of games. And it definitely has less action than I usually like in my games. Less broadswords. But I really enjoyed it. I really did. And chasing the endings and trying to find all of the different pathways and stuff like that is cool. But I think that's the last run we'll do